October 10th, 13 years before the start of canon. A blonde-haired man sat in a rather open office overlooking Konoha no Sato, a rather large shinobi village. A bottle of sake sat upon his desk with paperwork scattered about the large office. He wore blue ninja pants and a blue long-sleeve shirt, which clung to his body, over which he had the standard dark green flak jacket for Konoha shinobi. Situated on his chair was a short-sleeved long white haori over his normal attire, closed in the front by a thin orange rope. The haori was decorated with red flame-like motifs on the edges, with the kanji for fourth Hokage. This was Minato Namikaze, the current Hokage of Konoha and hero of the Third Shinobi War. Within the room were three more men. One has gravity-defying spiky silver hair, dark, with only his right eye being visible. The other was covered by his forehead protector. He wore the typical Umbu uniform sans, his Inu mask which was clipped to his belt. He had a mask covering the lower half of his face. This was Kakashi Hatake, student of the fourth Hokage. Next to Kakashi was Jiraiya, the sensei of Minato. Jiraiya was a tall and well-built man with fair skin. He had a wart on the left side of his nose and waist-length, spiky white hair that he usually ties back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face. His usual attire consisted of a green short shirt, kimono, and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore handguards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with two yellow circles on each side. He often carried a large scroll on his back and had a tattoo on his left palm, and he wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. Lastly, there was the previous Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was a man of small stature compared to the other men within the room, but the man radiated power. He had a small goatee, his hair is gray, he has wrinkles and liver spots of old age. He wore a haori with a red, full-length kimono that is tied using a white sash. The normal robes of a Hokage-san's hat, seeing as he was no longer the Hokage. The general air and attitude of the room was light and cheerful, as every person within it was drinking from a saucer. "Very soon you're going to be a father. Are you ready, Minato-kun?" asked Hiruzen as he lit his pipe with a small fire jutsu. "Is one ever ready, Hiruzen-sama? Me and Kushina have been so nervous for the past week. It's rare for a Jinchuriki to give birth, seeing as they've mostly been used as tools of war." Minato replied to the aged man with a frown etching its way onto his face as he thought about how other villages treated people like his wife. Now Minato, this is no time to be sad. You're about to become a father. This is a time for celebration. Came the loud voice of Jiraiya, a large grin as he was happy for his student. "I can't wait to teach my godson the ways of a true super pervert." "Jiraiya-sama, I don't think Kushina-sama would exactly allow you to teach sensei's son like that." Kakashi undercut the sannin. "I hate to even think about what Kushina-hime would do to you, Jiraiya-sensei," Minato said as every person in the room, even the hidden Umbu, shuddered to think what she would do to the man. "I don't think either me or Minato-kun would be able to talk her down, Jiraiya-kun, no matter how hard we tried." Hiruzen told Jiraiya, cause all the men in the room, including Jiraiya, to laugh. An Umbu appeared within the room after half an hour of talking between some of the most powerful people in Konoha, if not the world. "Hokage-sama, I bring news. Kushina-sama has gone into labor and has been moved to the safe house. The team you assigned to guard her has already arrived," he informed the Hokage. Minato took a minute to process the information before large grin grew over his features. "That's amazing news. Good work as always, Dragonfly. You're dismissed," Minato informed the Umbu member. "I think this calls for another toast," Jiraiya said as he lifted his saucer to the sky, joined by the other men in the room. "To the Namikaze family, may they continue to grow. And to Naruto-kun, the firstborn of Minato-kun and Kushina-chan," Hiruzen said. "To Sensei and Naruto, who I hope to one day call my little brother." Kakashi followed up as the saucers clanged together. Kakashi moved the saucer to his lips, causing each man to pause their drinking, watching intently. "Is that the Reikage?" asked Kakashi, looking out the window, causing everybody to turn away from Kakashi. seeing nothing and realizing they had been duped by the silver-haired man who finished putting his mask in place. "I don't know Inu Taicho does it," muttered one of the umbu in the room, handing 100 yen to another one of the masked shinobi. While somewhere in the village a shout of youth and, "Why was Kakashi so hip and cool?" could be heard ringing out. "One of these days I will see your face, Kakashi-kun," said Minato, who looked rather annoyed. "Perhaps sensei, but I suppose today is not that day," Kasuke told this mentor, who let out an exasperated sigh. "Well, Minato-kun, I believe it's time for you to be with your wife, don't you?" asked Hiruzen as everyone turned to the fourth Hokage, who had already disappeared, a yellow flash, all that let the men know he had left. "Damn it, Minato. I needed to give you the latest copy of Ika to see how you like it," shouted Jiraiya with fake tears as he held the orange book. Kakashi looked at the little book as if it was gold. Jiraiya-sama, I would be more than happy to review the story for you," Kakashi told the Sannin, who looked at the young umbu captain. "Well, I suppose you could review it," he said, tossing the small book at the man who caught it vanishing in a shushin. "I have matters to attend to, Jiraiya-kun. I will join you once Kushina finishes giving birth," Hiruzen said, vanishing as well, leaving Jiraiya alone in the office. The man frowned before a lecherous grin formed. "It's time to do some research," he said with a chuckle, disappearing off to one of the nearest hot springs. 100 yen says he'll get caught like always," said the same umbu who lost earlier. "You should know I don't take bets that would be lost so easily," said the umbu who saw through obvious ploy to win back the 100 yen. Later that night, unknown location. "Fuck you, Minato. This really fucking hurts, Databane," yelled out Kushina, wife of Minato. Kushina was a woman who was well known for her beauty. She had a slender, but feminine build, fair skin, violet eyes, and the common Uzumaki red hair. It reached waist with shoulder-length strands that framed both sides of her face and a black clip that parts her hair to the left. She typically wore a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. However, she was currently dressed in a simple gown. She was gripping the hand of her husband rather tightly, who swore he felt a couple of his bones crack and just about break. "Haim, you're almost through this, just a couple more pushes," the fourth Hokage told his wife, wincing as the grip tightened even more somehow. "I swear to Kami, if you talk about another kid after this, I'm doing to murder you," shouted Kushina. Outside, the umbu guards sweat drop hearing the yelling of Kushina. "How the hell is this place supposed to be hidden with her being so loud?" asked the owl-masked umbu. "I was wondering that myself," said a dark voice behind the umbu member before a kunai sliced through his jugular, killing the man almost instantly. The umbu instantly were alerted by the gurgle as they looked over, seeing the man disappear in a vortex. "Boo!" said the masked man as he killed another umbu member before a kunai flew through his head as he vanished again. "Two down, two to go, or should I say one," said the man as he stabbed his kunai into the heart of one of the last umbu members. "Just who the hell are you?" shouted the umbu member as he disappeared once again. This time, however, the umbu member blocked the kunai, looking into the lone eye hole of the man. "Me. I suppose you can say I'm no one," he said as a Sharingan flared to life, catching the umbu off guard as he got caught in Genjutsu. A kunai effectively killing the man as Kushina let out another scream followed by the cry of a baby. "I'm sorry, sensei, but this must be done," said the masked man as he was seemingly sucked into a vortex. Back inside, Minato smiled as he watched Hiruzen's wife Bawako swaddling his firstborn son. "Congratulations, it's a boy," said the exhausted older woman with a smile as the young couple smiled in both pride and happiness. "We did it, Minato-kun, we're parents." "I know, Haim, now let's fix up your seal," said Minato as he moved to suppress the seal, holding in the nine tails once more. "I'm sorry, but I need you to step away from the Jinchuriki," came a dark voice as Minato looked away in surprise to see Bawako fall dead with the other midwives. In his hands were Thir-san, a kunai pointed at him. "Otherwise my hand might just slip," threatened the man. "There's no need for that, we can peacefully talk about this, right?" said Minato, fear etching into his voice, slowly the seal barely contained. "I'm afraid not," said the man, tossing the newborn into the air ready to impale. "Naruto!" shouted Kushina as Minato jumped into action, appearing on the wall, Naruto in his hands. "Forgetting something?" the man taunted as he made a ram hand seal. The classic sound of explosive tags beginning to ignite filled the air as the two parents were filled with dread. Minato acted quickly, throwing away Naruto's blanket, jumping out of the safe house as it exploded, using his body to protect the newborn. "Kushina!" he shouted, looking into the burning inferno, wincing in pain as he pulled a splinter out of his calf. "Damn it!" he shouted, Naruto crying in his arms, wanting to be with his mother. Minato frowned as he flashed away to his home, trying to comfort the crying baby. "Shoo, it's okay, Naruto, I'll get mommy back," the young man cooed to his son, who giggled lightly, tugging at the man's bangs. Putting his son down, Minato grabbed his cloak, throwing it on as he flashed away to Kushina's location. Forest outside of Konoha. "Who are you, Databane?" shouted Kushina as she hung in the air, feeling the seal upon her stomach weakening with each passing second. "At this rate, the QB will get loose. What's this man's endgame, and how did he even know where we were?" Kushina mentally questioned, glaring at the man before her. "Me? Oh, I'm no one but the destroyer of Konoha and the ninja system," he said nonchalantly as he began to weave through a long series of hand signs, slamming a hand upon Kushina's seal. "Fuin Kai!" he shouted, drawing the QB from Kushina, who screamed out in pain as the biju was ripped out of her. Hanging limp within the chains, she panted, her body greatly weakened, the dread of the QB's chakra washing over her as the large beast filled the clearing. "Who shall I thank for freeing me from that accursed seal?" came the booming voice of the QB as the man appeared in a vortex next to the large beast, Sharingan flaring to life. "You can thank me, your new master," said the unknown man, the beast growled, looking at the man. "I will not be controlled by the likes of you, ninjen," shouted the QB. However, he had no choice in the matter as the Sharingan spun over his normal eyes, causing Kushina's eyes to widen. "You're an Uchiha. Just who the hell are you?" shouted Kushina as the nine tails swished violently through the air. "If you really must know, I am Madara Uchiha," he announced, turning towards the former Jinchuriki in surprise. "My, how the Uzumaki are resilient, still alive after all that," he taunted, waving his hand towards Kushina, the QB making a mighty swipe towards its former jailer. "Madara Uchiha?" asked Minato, holding a now freed Kushina in his arms upon a nearby tree. "Minato, come to try and foil my plans? I'm sorry, but it's too late," he told Minato, vanishing away as the QB prepared a Baijidama, tailed beast bomb, quickly firing it at the two, who flashed away back to their son. "Minato-kun, I'm so sorry, this is my fault," Kushina said weakly to her husband as he placed her in the bed with their son. "Nonsense, Kushina, this is nobody's fault except that Madara imposter. I'm afraid we have no choice." However, Kushina, looking sadly at their son. Kushina's eyes widened before tears filled her eyes. "Is there no other way, Minato-kun? Maybe you can just put the beast back in me?" she pleaded, not wanting her son to become a weapon of war for the village. "I'm afraid not. If we put the QB back in you, you will die, which means it will just reform at some point in the future, causing unknown destruction," he said, frowning as he watched his wife hold their son tightly. "I'll be back soon. I'm sorry," he said, flashing back to the village. At the same time in the village. It had been a rather peaceful night in the village as residents settled into bed, shinobi patrolling the rooftops. However, most animals sense dangers, causing the night to settle into an unsettling silence for most shinobi, their senses on high alert. Hiruzen sat at his desk with a frown, years of experience causing the aged man to be on edge as he looked out of his clan compound over the village. A pit formed in his stomach, wondering what would cause him to feel so on edge at the moment. In an ally, the man claiming to be Madara appeared quickly, weaving through the hand signs for a summoning jutsu. A large seal complex appearing and a large plume of smoke enveloped the village, alerting every ninja within it, a sense of dread washing over everyone. "What is that?" shouted a jounin jumping from rooftop to rooftop, entering the smoke only to shoot out a claw in his stomach. A mighty roar dispersed the smoke, showing the world the Kyuubi in its full glory, teethed out tails swinging destroyed houses absent-mindedly behind it. "It's the Kyuubi!" shouted another jounin as the large beast began to tear into the village, destroying apartment blocks in a single swing. Shinobi came out of every nook and cranny, trying to form a coherent line of defense against the Biju, throwing kunai and explosive tags at the beast. Hiruzen appeared in a shushin amongst the shinobi in his familiar armor, ready to fight the large beast, swinging Enma in his staff form, knocking the Kyuubi back from the front line of shinobi. "Can anyone tell me what happened here?" Hiruzen asked, fearing the worst of the fate of Minato and Kushina. "Lord Third," came the shout of multiple shinobi as they tried to protect the old man. "We have no idea, Third Sama. The Kyuubi just appeared in the middle of Konoha." A nondescript jounin informed the Hokage as the Kyuubi took another swipe through the line of shinobi. "Hold off the Kyuubi till the fourth gets here," shouted Hiruzen, hitting the Kyuubi over the head with the staff, angering the beast as it began to gather chakra for another Baijidama. "Cart Destroyer!" shouted Jiraiya as he summoned Gamabunta on top of the Kyuubi's head, knocking it into the ground, stopping the forming of the powerful bomb. Hiruzen shushined up to Jiraiya, happy to see his student. "Sensei, what happened with Minato and Kushina?" asked Jiraiya, concern evident in his voice. "I don't know, Jiraiya-kun, I hope they're okay," Hiruzen, as Gamabunta realized who he was on top of. "Jiraiya, why the hell did you summon me on top of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? And why is he in Konoha?" came the loud rumble of the massive toad. "Sorry, Bunta, but I had no choice." Before he could continue, the fox had enough of the giant toad on top of him. "Get off me, you damn frog!" shouted the Kyuubi, trying to shake Gamabunta off of him. Minato chose this moment to appear next to the two men, frowning at the destruction already having been caused in the village. "Sorry I'm late, I got held up by the man who caused this," Minato informed the two men on top of Gamabunta's head. Flashback no jutsu. Minato flashed on top of his stone head right after Jiraiya appeared on the battlefield and shook at the large destruction caused in the fight already. "Oh, finally arrived, Kiroi Senko." Yellow flash. Came the voice of the man claiming to be Madara from right behind Minato. Taking a swipe at the man with one of his tri-pronged kunai, Minato was shocked at it, went right through him. Leaning away from a kunai swipe, Minato hoped away, staring down the man. "Just why the hell did you do this?" asked Minato. "It's quite simple, really. I'm here to destroy what I once helped build with Hashirama. But that's impossible, nobody is alive from the founding of the village," Minato said in confusion, wondering just who the hell this man really was. "There's no way you can still be alive if you're who you claim to be," he continued. "Perhaps there is a way," he said, boredom in his voice. "Enough of this, I wish to watch the destruction of your precious village," Madara said, charging Minato, who charged as well. Minato went from a swipe at the jugular, which simply phased through the man. Frowning, he quickly brought his tri-pronged kunai up, blocking a strike from the man, only to be kicked away by a strong kick to the stomach, feeling as if a few ribs cracked. So it seems he can phase through most attacks but become solid to attack. That's rather troublesome. Somewhere a Nara sneezed, feeling that a non-Nara used their classic verbal tick. Raising his kunai once more, Minato charged at the man, forming a Rasengan within his hand as he threw a kunai from the man's head. Just as Madara was about to grab Minato, he flashed to the kunai, slamming the swirling ball of chakra into the man's back. "Rasengan!" he shouted. The man claiming to be Madara felt his body grinded away as he was sent into the ground, causing a crater to form. Minato jumped away, sliding to a halt. Grunting, the man slowly got up, heavily injured. He seemed to be missing an arm, with a sort of GOP dropping down from where it once was. "Damn, that hurts. You win for now, Minato, but there's still the Kyuubi to deal with," he said with a large amount of malice as he vanished in a vortex. Sighing, Minato flashed away to join Hiruzen and Jiraiya. End flashback no jutsu. Madara Uchiha, but that's impossible. shouted Hiruzen as the Minato went through a long series of hand signs and the group vanished from the village, appearing at the safe house for the Namikes. Panting, Minato dropped to a knee, feeling weak as Gamabunta hopped off the raging Bugio, who had control of himself once more. Minato looked towards the Kyuubi Perfur flashing through another series of hand seals, and suddenly they were all far away from Konoha. I know, Hiruzen-sama, I'm not quite sure what to make of it myself. But for now we must worry about dealing with the Kyuubi. I shall seal it into Naruto with the Shiki Fujin. He informed the group they were close to his safe house, it would seem, as Kushina joined them with Naruto. But Minato, that will kill you, shouted Jiraiya in shock that his student was willing to go so far. Please, Minato-ku, and let me do it, I've lived a long life, said Hiruzen, not wanting to see his successor perish. Growling, the Kyuubi swiped at the trio, trying to kill all of them, only for Gamabunta to block the claws with his tanto as the two large creatures engaged in a melee as the trio tried to figure out what to do. Hiruzen-sama, I can't possibly let you do that, Minato said with a frown. He didn't want to lose the man he saw as a grandfather. I'm an old man, Minato, and I've lived a long life. I am more than willing to sacrifice myself so that you and Kushina may raise your children like I have, Hiruzen said, not letting Minato sacrifice himself. The men looked back at the Kyuubi as chains wrapped around the beast. Kushina looked tired, however they knew this would be their opportunity. You woke Naruchan up from his nap, Kushina said with a frown, knowing what was about to happen. The little boy's life was about to change, and not for the better. Sorry, Kushinaheim, this was the only place I could think to take the Kyuubi, Minato told his wife, taking their son. Looking at the third Hokage, he steeled himself as he handed the man his son. Minato-kun, please live a full life with your family and become an even greater Hokage than I ever was. Jiraiya-kun, I'm sorry I failed your team. I wish we could still have all three of you in the village, he said, saying his goodbyes as he blazed through the required hand signs for the Shiki Fujin. Jiraiya held back tears as he was about to watch his sensei die. Kushina, you've grown into a beautiful woman, and I wish we could have done more for the Uzumaki. It is one of my biggest regrets. The Kyuubi could sense what was about to happen, being aggravated. Even more, it thrashed at the chains, attempting to break free. However, the chains only tightened. No, I will no be sealed into that boy, he shouted, trying to escape the chains, only for them to tighten as Gamabunta held him down. Please hurry up, I can't hold him back much longer, shouted Gamabunta as Hiruzen finished the Shinigami appearing behind him. Never let your wills of fire extinguish, he shouted as he sealed the Kyuubi into Naruto, a seal forming on his little stomach. And with a smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi passed away. Everyone present, including Naruto, cried. I will return to the summoning world now. I'm sorry for your loss, but please never summon me to fight a Biju again, Gamabunta said, disappearing in a puff of smoke, the shinobi landing on the ground holding Hiruzen and Naruto. 1 week later. Konoha was in mourning. Over 2,000 civilians had died and 1,500 shinobi had perished in the short battle with the Kyuubi, which weakened Konoha further after the Third Shinobi War, pushing their forces down to 10,000. Shinobi had to be called back to Konoha to help rebuild the village and replenish the garrison that was held there. Minato sat in his office filling out paperwork, a small cradle in the corner. The mass funeral for everyone that had perished was a rather sad affair. Even the heavens seemed to cry as everyone came to pay their respects for those who had died. Minato had decided to not inform the village of the fate of his son, and instead told them that Hiruzen had sacrificed his life to kill the Kyuubi. He couldn't bring himself to inform the village that his son now contained the Biju, in fear that they would retaliate against him. You've caused me a lot of problems already, Naruto-kun, Minato said with a small laugh, walking over to the crib holding his son, taking a break from the dreaded paperwork every Kage faced during their time. His son co-ed at his father, playing with his hair again, gripping it rather strongly and giving it a harsh tug. Ow, 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 stop, Naruto, that hurts, he said with a laugh. This was the scene Kushina entered upon with a small smile as she held a basket of food in her hand. Normally the extraction of a Biju killed the host, however Kami had decided to be kind to the young family as Kushina had lived. She simply chalked it up to her being a full-blooded Uzumaki, however her chakra system was all out of whack. Shouldn't you be working, Minato-kun? She asked with a small giggle at her husband's antics. Shouldn't you be recovering? Minato shot back with a large smile at seeing his wife. You know how I feel about hospitals, Databane, she shouted as she laid out the food for the small family. Minato supposed even if it cost the life of one of his greatest mentors, he was happy to share this moment with his family, not wanting to know what would have happened if he had perished instead. Unknown location. Minato really did a number on your body, huh? Obito-kun Zetsu said, treating the wounds of one Obito Uchiha, who sat about an operating room table being treated by the weird creation. Obito frowned and glared at the black and white creature. With a huff, he got off the table, testing his new arm and healed body. Sensei is as strong as ever. But no matter, this is a minor setback in our plan. Madara-sama's plans will be completed soon, he said, glaring into the dark as his lone Sharingan span in anger at his old sensei. For now you should get some rest, you never know when you might need to fight again, Zetsu said, retreating into the ground to do whatever Zetsu does. Obito clicked his tongue as he walked further into the base, planning their next move. 6 years later, 7 years before the start of canon. Naruto Namikaze was no ordinary boy. He knew that very well. Being the son of the Hokage, he was practically royalty within the village. Despite his status, wherever he went he would hear the odd mutter of demon brat or a glare or two. Not that it ever really mattered to the lucky go blonde brat, as his godfather, or as Naruto saw him, his uncle Jiraiya, would call him. Walking next to his mother Kushina, who was noticeably pregnant once more, he wore blue sandals, green shorts, and a white shirt with the Uzumaki swirl over his heart and the Konoha symbol on his back. Seeing the hospital in the distance, Naruto became even giddier, if that was even possible. Why was Naruto excited, might ask? For at the hospital was most likely one of his most precious people, Tsunade Senju, someone who was practically a mother to Kushina and a grandmother to the boy. The female Sannin was always kind to the boy, even when he got on her nerves. She always looked out for the family, even though they weren't related by blood, and that made Naruto care for her just as much as his mother. Flashback no jutsu. Kushina was lying in her hospital bed 4 days after the Kyuubi attack, in which the Kyuubi was transferred from her to her son. Speaking of her son, he was lying in a crib in the corner, having not been released from the hospital yet either. Smiling, she looked over at her son lovingly, already thinking about how awesome of a parent she was. The hospital luckily wasn't damaged in the attack by the Kyuubi, but the village had lost quite a few medical ninjas. Picking up a book on Fuinjutsu on highly advanced seals, Kushina frowned. While she did have the classic Uzumaki affinity to seals, she still had trouble understanding the high-level Uzumaki seals. They were rather complicated, not just in what they could, but also the actual seal matrix. It angered the young woman greatly that these seals didn't just come naturally to her like other Uzumaki. Or perhaps she was looking at the complicated seals all wrong. She decided not to dwell on it at the moment. Feeling a slight rumbling, Kushina frowned. An earthquake? But we're in the middle of Hai no Kuni, land of fire. There's no way we should have an earthquake. She bit back the urge to groan at the misfortune that had seemed to befall upon the shinobi village this week. Where the fuck is Kushina? Came a rather loud shout, reverberating throughout the entire hospital, maybe even the village. Kushina froze, recognizing the voice that had shook that hospital. There was only one person that came to mind. For her, that voice came from someone that she saw as her mother, except in blood. Tsunade-sama, please, she's still resting, shouted a doctor down the hall, only for him to be smashed into a wall from what it sounded like. Smiling softly, she watched as the door got knocked off its hinges as the name Tsunade entered the room. Tsunade was a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. Her hair has shoulder-length bangs that frame her face, and the rest reaches her lower back, kept tied in 2 loose ponytails, violet diamond-shaped forehead. She wears a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath, she wears a gray, kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She wears open-toed, strappy black sandals with high heels. She also wore the first Hokage's necklace, which rested upon her chest. Tsunade-kachan, said Kushina, a large smile radiating off her face only to let out an audible groan, feeling a large weight crashing into her. I feared the worst when Minato sent a letter to me saying the Kyuubi was taken from you, said Tsunade, hugging the young woman who was having trouble breathing until Tsunade released her. I'm fine. Mostly just sore and tired. Naruchan has been keeping me up, said Kushina with a smile, looking over to the crib in the room. Going through a few hand signs, Tsunade's hands were covered in green chakra as she quickly went over Kushina's body. Well, your chakra coils and network has been obviously strained heavily from the Kyuubi being ripped from you, but it seems like your Uzumaki blood is healing it, but you won't be able to use chakra for at least 6 months, Tsunade informed the young woman. I'm honestly surprised you're alive at all, considering that normally the removal of a biju kills the host. She finished as a look of concern filled her voice for a moment. I suppose it's just due to my Uzumaki blood? I'm honestly confused at well, Kushina said as Tsunade looked at the girl in concern, but the concern melted hearing the crying of a baby. Her gaze turned to the crib in the room which held Naruto. Walking over, she carefully picked up the young boy and held him safely in her arms. So this is my grandson, huh? Asked Tsunade, looking upon young Naruto, who had wisps of blonde hair already, however they had red highlights. Yes, that's young Naruto, said Kushina with a large smile, watching Tsunade picked up Naruto, gently cooing at the young baby, who let out a happy gurgle staring up at the young woman. The happiness didn't last long as Naruto reached up and tugged on Tsunade's hair, causing a tick mark to appear on her head. If this Gaki wasn't so young, I would send him through a wall. She grounded out, setting down Naruto gently despite her anger. Meanwhile, Kushina was laughing, watching the interaction. What's so funny, Kushina? Asked the aged Sannin, sending a glare at her surrogate daughter. Nothing. Nothing, just glad to have you back, said Kushina with a rather happy smile. End flashback. No jutsu. Kushina was brought out of her reminiscing as the mother and son entered the office of one Tsunade Senju. Tsunade looked up from her papers only to feel one Naruto Namikaze plowing into her side. Tsunade-bachan, he shouted, nuzzling into her side. Gaki, she said, bumping her fist lightly into Naruto's head after returning the hug. So what brings you in today, Kushina? Asked Tsunade, finishing up some paperwork. Turning her chair back around, she stared intently at Kushina and Naruto. Well, I need to have a checkup on the baby, and I believe it's time for Naruto's checkup as well, said Kushina absent-mindedly, rubbing her stomach, happy that their small family was about to grow. Am I going to have a brother or sister? Can you tell, Tsunade-bachan? Asked Naruto in excitement that he was going to be a big brother. Smiling, Tsunade's hands lit up with green chakra as she did a once-over of Kushina, stopping at her stomach. Well, do you want to know now? Asked Tsunade, mirth evident in her expression as she shut down the chakra, going to her hands, sitting back in her chair. Well, I don't think we're going to have a baby shower, so I suppose I might as well learn now, said Kushina with a thoughtful expression, a simple finger to her lips. You're having a boy and a girl, revealed Tsunade, shocking Kushina. A boy and a girl? What does that mean, Kachan? Asked Naruto, looking at his mother in confusion, not really getting the idea of twins just yet. I'm going to kill Minato, she muttered lowly to herself, going into a rambling about how she was going to destroy the fourth Hokage. Getting scared by his mother, Naruto turned towards his grandmother figure. Well, quite simply, Naruto, your mother is going to have 2 children at the same time, explained Tsunade. Naruto thought for a moment, trying to comprehend it, before a grin formed that threatened to split his face. So I'm going to have 2 little siblings? Asked Naruto, which Tsunade nodded to. Yatta, I'm going to be the best and coolest and biggest big brother ever, shouted Naruto, hopping and dancing around the small office. Pipe down, Pipsqueak, we still have to do your checkup, so sit down, she shouted. Naruto instantly froze in his spot, quickly running over to a chair next to Tsunade. Once again, her hands were covered in green chakra as she scanned Naruto's body, frowning once she realized something. Kushina, I know Naruto has joined the academy already, but have you awakened his chakra already? because that's typically something kids do when they're 8. She asked, snapping Kushina out of her thoughts about killing her husband. I don't think so. Granted, it could be from a certain something. I awoke my chakra when I was his age due to special circumstances. Kushina informed Tsunade with a frown, looking at her son. Awoke my chakra? Naruto asked, once again confused. Well, as you know, Naruchan, everyone has chakra. It's how we do jutsus. As children, everyone has just enough coursing through their systems to keep them alive. However, once children reach a certain age, you awaken your chakra, allowing it to fully travel through your systems. Most children have to draw it out, but there are those that naturally awaken it. Kushina explained to her son, knowing it was due to the Kyuubi that his chakra had awoken. So what you're saying is that I'm really cool and totally ready to be a ninja? Asked Naruto with a huge grin. No, Naruchan, it just means we can start training you to be a really cool ninja, she said with a predatory smirk, knowing just how hard she was going to start training her son with her father. Meanwhile, with Minato sighed, signing off on another import request by another merchant. You know, I feel like the Hokage shouldn't have to worry about paperwork like this, he said to no one in general as he slowly made his way through the stacks of paper. Hearing a knock on the door, Minato looked up from the bane of every Kage's existence. Come in, he called, sitting up in his chair as a group of Chunin with a Jounin at the head of the group. These were the teachers of the academy and the headmaster. Hokage-sama, you called for us? Asked Kiyoshi Nara, the cousin of Shikaku Nara. The head Jounin Kiyoshi was the headmaster of the academy. It seemed that running institutions such as the Jounin Corps and the academy ran in the Nara's bloodline. He shared the same spiky black hair of the Nara clan, wearing the standard Jounin uniform with black ninja pants and a black ninja shirt. Yes, I did, Kiyoshi. I want to completely reform that curriculum within the academy. Minato started off, watching as the instructors looked between each other. If we're being honest here, our education of ninjas is a joke, Minato told them, pulling out a folder with information on what was taught at the academy. Kunoichi are taught to press flowers rather than how to spot herbs for helping to heal injuries. To pass the academy, you're only required to master 3 E-class jutsu, which have some practical use on the battlefield but not much. There's little to no specialization teaching when more time is spent focused on history. Minato monologues, going through the problems with the education. But Hokage-sama, the education system is set up this way so civilians can join the ranks of our shinobi dashta, started Kyoshi, only for Minato to hold up a hand. I fully understand that this curriculum was set in place that way. After the Third Shinobi War, we have almost 15,000 shinobi, of which almost 6,000 are genin, which is admirable, yes. But it seems like we have gone from a focus of quality to a focus of quantity to replenish our numbers since the end of the war. But that has greatly weakened us. As of late, one of the few promising ninjas to graduate was Itachi and Shursui. Minato continued, looking upon the group before him, who seemed to squirm from Minato ripping apart what they had been teaching. I believe it is time to switch gears from focusing on rushing new genin out of the academy and on to raising genin that are ready for the lives they will live, Mintao said, pulling out a folder, handing a stack of papers to those present. Currently we have a 99% pass rate from the academy with a 33% pass rate on the actual genin exam. That is quite frankly unacceptable and shameful. Sighing, he took a breath, allowing his words to sink in. This new curriculum should even out the pass rates of both exams. With the first 3 years focused on a mix of practical and book knowledge such as the basics of taijutsu and chakra control once they've awoken their chakra, that is. The second half will be focused on specialization training such as advanced taijutsu, basics of ninjutsu, and even medical jutsu. I will also have a heavy focus on teamwork with academy students taking on E and D rank missions 2 years before they graduate. Genin will still take D ranks, however, with an ever-increasing demand, we require more genin teams to take C rank missions. Minato finished, looking at the instructors. Any questions? He asked, opening the floor. Well, I have one, sir. What will we do about civilian students who don't have the same access to private training from clans or shinobi parents? Asked one Irika, who was a man of average height and build. He is brown, that he keeps in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose. He wears the standard Konoha shinobi outfit complete with forehead protector, sandals, and a flak jacket. Good question, Irika, is it? Well, we will offer after-school training with available jounin and chunin who would like to assist training small groups of people who would like it. If they choose not to take this advantage offered, then quite simply they aren't fit to become a shinobi. Any other questions? Asked Minato. Seeing none, he nodded. All right, you are all dismissed, he said, watching the teachers file out before letting out a sigh, leaning back in his chair. He could already feel a headache forming from the complaints he would surely receive from angry parents. Back with Naruto and Kushina. Naruto and Kushina walked away from the hospital, both super giddy from the visit to Tsunade. Well, Naru-chan, what do you want to do now? Asked Kushina as the duo walked through the streets of Konoha. The pair's stomachs rumbled as they both gave each other the same look. Ichiraku! They both shouted at the same time, racing off to the family's favorite ramen spot. It didn't take long, as once a Uzumaki was on the hunt for ramen, they would find it in record time. Going through the flaps, the pair sat down, shouting out their order. 5 miso ramens, please. Looking back, Tucci smiled brightly. Tucci was a rather large man with tanned skin and an ever-present smile. He wore the standard white clothes and apron of a chef with the hat of a chef. Well, if it isn't my favorite customers. And the Hokage, of course, said Tucci as Minato flashed next to his wife and son. Hey guys, I figured I'd come join you two for lunch, seeing as I'm mostly done for today, Minato said with a smile, taking a seat. Naruto and Kushina were surprised but happy to see the man as they both hugged him. How did the meeting with Tsunade go? He asked, curious to see what had transpired with the Sannin. Well, as it turns out, I'm having twins, Kushina said excitedly, shocking Minato as his eyes grew and his mouth dropped. Twins? Do we know the genders? He asked, simply elated at the news that their family would almost double. A boy and a girl, Kushina said, causing Minato to become even happier. I'm going to have a little girl, he shouted happily, thinking about how he would be the best father he could for his little girl as the first round of ramen was put in front of the family. And how is little Naruto-kun? Asked Minato, stuffing his face with ramen. Perfect health. He's even unlocked his chakra, Kushina informed her husband between bites of ramen. Already? I suppose it's time to begin his training with him entering the academy and unlocking his chakra now, he said after finishing his first bowl. Speaking of the academy, how did the meeting with the teachers go? Asked Kushina, excited to hear if the academy would improve its curriculum. They took the news rather well and will be implementing the new curriculum this year. So Naruto's class will be the first to fully go through it, which should turn out good, I hope, he said, polishing off his last bowl. That's good. I hear Naruto's class should be something else with so many clan heirs in the mix, Kushina said, finishing off her own ramen as Naruto ate, silently listening to his parents. Yes, I suppose it should. I believe it's time Naruto meets the rest of the clan heirs. I know you've become good friends with Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi, but you still should meet the rest, seeing as you yourself are a clan heir, explained Minato with a smile, glad his son was making friends. Yes, Tusen, I can't wait to make more friends, Naruto said, excited, ready to meet more children his age. He was never really able to make friends at the park, seeing as either their parents pulled them away due to the QB, not that Naruto knew that yet, or kept their children away due to his status as the Hokage's son, which confused Naruto, not really understanding his status as royalty. Needless to say, the 6-year-old was rather excited to make new friends and begin his super awesome training. The family finishing up their meal, Enipang headed to a local park where Naruto ran over to swings his mother, pushing him. Swinging happily and laughing, Naruto smiled in glee, enjoying his mother and father playing with him. However, he became confused and concerned as he heard crying in the distance. Hopping off the swing, he ran off into the forest despite the protests of his parents. Look at this Hyuga freak acting all high and mighty, shouted an older boy, most likely 9. Picking up a ball of mud, he threw it at the young girl, not quite hitting her but getting specks of mud on the beautiful kimono she was wearing. "PP please, SSS stop," she said meekly, trying to protect herself from the mud. What are you going to do, call your bodyguards on us? Shouted the lead bully as the 4 other kids surrounding him shouted a chorus of yes as they stood leering at the young Hyuga. What the hell are you doing? Shouted Naruto, rushing past the group, punching the lead bully in the face, knocking him to the ground. Who the hell did that? He shouted, looking up at Naruto, freezing up, realizing just who it is. It's the Hokage's son. He shouted, backing away from the 6-year-old, trying to put some distance between them. The Hokage's son? But that means that there's probably ninja nearby, whispered one of the kids to another as the group ran away, fearing reparations. Please don't hurt me, shouted the bully, cover his face, cowering away, fearing the worst, like some ninja coming to take him away. This confused Naruto as he tilted his head, looking at the 9-year-old. I'm not going to hurt you. Just run away like everyone else, he muttered, kicking some dirt at the young bully. Turning back to the young Hyuga, he frowned, looking her over. Are you okay, Ms. Dash? He asked the young girl. Hinata Hyuga. Why your Naruto and Namikaze are alright? She asked with a stutter, not able to look her savior in the eyes, fearing he might make fun of her over her eyes. Naruto was concerned, wondering if she had an injury, so he squatted down in front of her, eliciting an eep as she looked away once more. How come you keep turning away from me? Is there something on my face? He asked, confused by what she was doing. And no, I am afraid your Gigi going to TT think my EYS are weird. She stuttered out, an embarrassed flush on her face. Nonsense. I saw your eyes and I think they're really pretty, Naruto said confidently, with a large smile causing Hinata's blush to grow even further. Are really? She asked, unable to look in his eyes for a different reason. Yeah, they're super cool. I wish I had a really cool jujutsu like you, but Tusen said I'll have some really cool jutsu at my disposal when I reach the right age. He bragged lightly with a large smile, thinking about what a cool ninja he would be once he was a ninja. Naru-chan, shouted Kushina, bursting through the woods, pausing when she saw the young Hyuga heiress. Hinata was surprised to see the First Lady of Konoha walk into the small clearing, which grew to shock when Minato himself walked into the clearing. Fourth Hokage-sama, shouted Hinata as she rose into a bow for the young Hokage. Hinata Hyuga, correct? Heiress to the Hyuga clan, asked Minato, rather shocked to see the young girl out in the woods. However, he was happy that his son met the young girl, seeing as he wanted to introduce him to all the heirs and heiress of the clans. Yyuk no mi h Hokage-sama? Asked Hinata, rather shocked that the leader of the village knew who she was. Well, of course I make it a habit to know who will take over the village one day, he said with a large smile as another Hyuga appeared in the clearing. Hinata-sama, there you are. He shouted, relieved to find the young girl, before turning to see the Hokage and his family. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga immediately said with a bow as Minato let out an exasperated sigh, not one for formality like this. Minato is fine, honestly. I'm sorry I can't quite remember your name, he said with a small chuckle. The young man stood up. Ko Hyuga Minato-sama. Ko has brown hair, which is short, with backwards spikes. He has featureless white eyes and his nose is broad and well-defined. He wears the standard Konoha uniform with a Chunin flak jacket and forehead protector that he wears like a bandana. Sorry Ko for causing you tea trouble, Hinata said meekly to her caregiver, who simply turned to her with a smile. It's quite all right, Hinata-sama, I'm glad you're safe thanks to young Naruto here, he said with a soft smile as he glanced at the Hokage's son. However, I believe it's time to go. I'm sure Hokage-sama will visit with Naruto soon, he said, nodding to the Hokage, who nodded back in understanding that the official visit would happen soon. I hope to see you at the academy, Hinata-chan, Naruto shouted to Hinata with a large grin as she was led off by Ko. Me to en Naruto-kun, she said with a small smile before disappearing around a corner. All right, Naru-chan, I believe. My water broke, shouted Kushina, comically turning to her husband. But you didn't seem to be experiencing contractions beforehand, he shouted, shocked that his wife was going into labor. Well, about that, I started having contractions when Naruto ran off, she said with a small giggle before gripping her stomach. We have to get you to the hospital, he shouted, grabbing his wife and son, flashing off to the hospital, well, specifically Tsunade's office, who had a rather surprised look on her face as the Hokage suddenly appeared in her office. What's the meaning of this, Minato? She shouted, glaring daggers at the young Hokage. Kushina has gone into labor, shouted Minato, frantically, causing Tsunade to become frantic as she rushed Kushina onto a bed outside the office, rushing her to a delivery room. Naruto looked shocked, surprised he was about to become an older brother so soon. Naruto sat outside the delivery room as Kakashi appeared next to the young boy. Kakashi Nizan? Asked Naruto, surprised to see the scarecrow in the hospital. Yo! He said casually, his book in hand, as he sat down next to the young child. What are you doing here, Nisan? Naruto asked, still confused, as Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Minato-sensei sent me a toad that Kushina-sama had gone into birth, so I figured I'd come and meet my new Ototo and Amato and keep my current Ototo some company, he told Naruto happily as he returned to his book. Naruto smiled before he frowned slightly. Kakashi-ni, why do some of the villagers hate me while others don't? Naruto asked, causing Kakashi to nearly choke on air before he frowned under his mask. Well, I can't tell you specifically why some villagers hate you. That's something I'm sure your parents will tell you soon. However, I can tell you the reason they hate you is extremely stupid and has no basis in reality, he said with an eye smile at the end, rubbing Naruto's hair. And why do some villagers like me without really knowing me? Naruto asked, seeing as his answer wasn't completely answered. If you had given me a moment, I was getting to that, Naruto-kun, but basically it's because you're Minato-sensei's son, who, as you know, is that Hokage. Basically, to become Hokage, he's gained a lot of respect, so by being his son, they've decided to honor their respect by liking you by extension, he said, trying to keep it simple so Naruto could understand. Naruto frowned at what he said as he processed the words his surrogate big brother had told him. That's stupid. I'm going to become a super awesome ninja, so they respect me for me, and one day, I will be a Hokage even greater than Tusan, Naruto shouted, shooking Kakashi again, but this time pleasantly, as he gave another eye smile. I'm sure you will, Naruto. You should get some rest. You never know how long this type of thing could take, Kakashi said as Naruto suddenly nuzzled into Kakashi's side, who simply wrapped an arm around him. You're super comfy, Kakashi, and I, Naruto said happily as he dozed off for a few minutes. Kakashi smiled under his mask as he sat there waiting for the news of the delivery to arrive. Kakashi-san, it's good to see you again, said a rather feminine voice, pulling Kakashi as he looked up to see who it was. Ah, Mikoto-san, Itachi-kun, and this must be Sasuke. You talk so much about Itachi, said Kakashi with an eye smile. Mikoto was a fair-skinned woman with long, straight black hair with bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and a light yellow apron normally worn over it. Itachi was a fairly tall man of fair complexion. He had onyx eyes, under which were long, pronounced tear troughs. He had jet-black hair that was pulled back in a low ponytail, and his face was framed with center-parted bangs that extended to his chin. His clothes consisted of a black shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol on the back, bandages around his ankles, and black sandals. He wore tan pants with a weapons pouch strapped to his back. The last of the Uchihas present was Sasuke. He has black eyes and spiky black hair with a blue tint. Sasuke's hair has hung over his face like bangs. He has a dark blue shirt with a high collar and white shorts, the Uchiha crest on his back with blue sandals. Kakashi nudged Naruto lightly, awaking him from his sleep as he rubbed his eyes, trying to wake himself. What's the big deal, Kakashi-ni? Naruto asked before noticing the group as he tilted his head slightly. Who are you guys? Naruto asked, confused, as Mikoto giggled into her hand. I've babysat you many times, Naruto-chan, but I'm not surprised you don't remember me. You were just a baby. I'm Mikoto Uchiha. I'm your mom's best friend, and these are my sons Itachi and Sasuke, she said, point at the respective child. So you're Naruto-kun. I've heard so much from you whenever your mom visits. Itachi said, kneeling in front of Naruto with a big smile holding out his hand. It's very nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled, shaking the older child's hand tenderly. It's nice to meet you as well, Itachi-san, he said, looking at Sasuke, who just humphed, looking away as both felt like a rivalry was formed right then and right there. Glaring at the young boy. So you're Sasuke, huh? I've heard Kachan mention you on occasion, he said as the two glared at each other before smiling lightly, hoping they could be friendly rivals. Excuse me, will Naruto Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake please come in? The delivery was ended in a success, said a nurse as Naruto hopped up, running into the delivery room, excited to meet his new brother and sister. Minato sat on the bed holding a bundle as Kushina was sitting up holding a bundle close to her chest. Hey Naruto-kun, glad you could make it, Minato joked with a smile as he stood up, walking over to his son. Would you like to meet your Amato, Naruto-kun? He asked, already knowing the answer, which was Naruto, vigorously nodding head, walking up to his father. Carefully handing her to Naruto, he was in awe seeing the baby who had whips of red hair. This is Aiko, what do you think? Minato asked, watching Naruto's eyes light up. She's so beautiful. I want to become an amazing ninja so I can protect her, he said, handing his young sister back to his father. And now would you like to meet your brother? Kushina asked, a happy smile filling her face as Naruto walked over, carefully handling his young brother, who had whips of red hair with blonde highlights. This is Kaito, his mother told him as he smiled protectively, wanting to do whatever he could to protect his newborn siblings. Oh, Mikoto-san is outside, Kushina-sama, Kakashi told Kushina, who smiled widely, hearing someone she considered a sister was awaiting outside. Bring her in, Kakashi-kun, Kushina informed the man, who went to the door, calling the small family inside. Oh, Itachi-kun, Sasuke-kun, I wasn't expecting to see you as well, Minato said with a smile as he went to show off his little daughter Naruto, bringing over the newborn boy. Aren't they cool guys? I'm going to become a great ninja to protect them, he said happily. I'm sure you will, Naruto-kun, said Itachi, smiling at the young man. Suddenly a rush of air could be heard in the room as everyone turned to see what it was, a vortex appearing in the middle of the room. All the shinobi grabbed their weapons as Minato glared, knowing exactly who it was. Madara, you seem to have a habit of popping up at my happiest moments, he spat out at the man, formed with an orange mask over his face this time. Hello Minato, I haven't come to fight this time or try and take the Kyuubi, he said, giving Naruto a pointed look, simply tossing a scroll to the Uchiha's. Mikoto caught it in confusion. I've decided to give you a warning. The Uchiha, as they are now, have grown weak, tarnishing the once proud name. I've left 4 of you alive, the 3 in this room, and sure sway as you 3 could prove to be good puppets one day. He drummed out, shocking everyone in the room as Mikoto unfurrowed the scroll and unsealed the head of her now dead husband. Screaming, Mikoto fell to her knees as Kakashi reacted quickly, sealing the head back into the seal before Sasuke and Naruto could see the two, shocked from this man appearing and what he had implied. Tada, enjoy your day, happy, the Madara imposter said with a dark laugh as the newborns cried, feeling a dark presence that was in the room. A Sharingan flashing its crimson red being the last thing they saw. Boo! Shouted Minato as his personal squad appeared. I want you to check the dashta. Hokage-sama, troubling news. There's been a massacre in the Uchiha district. No one has survived, shouted a Nico-masked Boo, who dropped to a knee in front of their Hokage. How could this have happened? Shouted Minato, enraged. The now almost sole surviving Uchiha were in shook, not quite sure how to react to the news of their entire clan being killed off by one man in one night. Unknown location. Obito pulled off his mask, a frown on his face as he sighed. He knew it would be difficult killing off his old clan, but it was a necessary evil. So it's been done, huh, Obito-kun? Zetsu said, coming out of the ground looking at its master. Yes, it has. Either way, they would have perished from their coup. Fugaku was always suspicious and would have tarnished the Uchiha name further than he already had. The young Uchiha muttered as he set his gear down on a stand as he sat down, planning the next stage. We're one step closer to what Madara wanted. Soon all war will be ended, Obito-kun, Zetsu said, sinking into the ground again, leaving Obito to his thoughts. Yes, one day no one will lose anyone like I lost Rin. He said, staring longingly into a picture of his old team with Kakashi and Minato's faces scratched out. Chapter 2, Childhood Days Part 2, A Diplomatic Mission. Minato sighed, looking over the decimated Uchiha clan district upon the grand fence surrounding the once large and proud clan, a frown etched into his features. Umbu swept through the district looking for any survivors or anyone that was missed, but unfortunately the masked man was ruthless. Of everyone that was in the district and not out on a mission, everyone they had found had been killed. Feeling a presence appear next to him, Minato glanced over to see Itachi in his Umbu Gear Sans mask. Itachi-kun, you shouldn't be here, you should be with you family, Minato said, wanting to spare the man the pain of seeing his clan. Your family is currently with mine, Minato-sama, looking after them. I figured I could help here look for survivors or clues to who this man is, Itachi said, his Sharingan flaring to life. We've received reports that Uchiha out on mission were attacked, but most of them have survived. All 20 Uchiha have been called back to Konoha effective immediately, Minato informed the young man. Your mom will be named temporary clan head. Till you reach 16, she's already approved the measure, and you will both be present at the emergency clan meeting tonight. He finished as an Umbu appeared on the building in front of the two. Hokage-sama, we found one survivor, a Izumi Uchiha, but that's all that we've found within the compound. The snail-masked Umbu informed the fourth Hokage as Itachi disappeared in a flock of crows. Izumi-chan, shouted Itachi, appearing next to his young girlfriend, happy that she had survived as he kneeled at her side, a piercing wood on her side as a medic attended to her. Itachi-kun, I'm so happy you lived, she said weakly with a smile, her hand snaking around to find his hand, which he gave her, willingly grasping her tightly. I was so scared, Itachi, said Izumi, tears flowing down her cheeks as Itachi wiped them away. I'm here, Izumi-chan, I'll protect you with my life, he promised as Minato appeared. I'm sorry, Itachi-kun, but it's time for the council meeting. I assure you that your young girlfriend here will be fine, Minato promised as he clasped a caring hand down on the man's shoulder. Yes, Hokage-sama, he said as the two were flashed away to the Hokage Tower courtesy of the Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. Standing up straight, Itachi and Minato entered the council chambers, Minato taking his spot at the head of the table as Itachi walked over to sit next to his mother. Please sit, Minato sounded out at the Shinobi Council and Civilian Council took their seats. Jiraiya entered, sitting behind Minato as his personal counsel. Hokage-sama, why have we been called at this troublesome hour? Asked one Shikaka Nara who had his head on his desk. Well, the Uchiha clan has been nearly wiped out, said Minato as panic and chaos erupted within the chambers. The Uchiha clan has been wiped out, shouted a major trader. But how? They're one of our strongest clans, shouted another trader in terror. These were just some of the shouts echoing within the enclosed area as clan heads and civilians alike reacted to the news. Silence, shouted Minato, quieting down the council chambers if only slightly. Do we know who did it, Minato? Asked one Danzo Shimura. Well, in a way yes, we don't know his true identity. He confronted me after the murders to gloat about it. I can't give much more information than that, sadly, he told the council chambers. How many Uchiha are left alive? Asked Hiroshi Hyuga, a frown on his face at the loss of his rival clan. Even if the Uchiha and Hyuga were rivals, they proved to be a powerful asset to Konoha. Well, we have confirmed 25 Uchiha are still alive as of right now, all of which have been recalled to Konoha, Minato told the council, waiting for the council to continue. Have any of their assets been touched? Asked one Shibi Aburama as Makoto frowned. Well, not that we're aware of as of right now. The man responsible solely focused on killing as many Uchiha as he could, she said. Granted, the scrolls hadn't been fully counted, nor had their coffers, but so far nothing had been touched. And have the Sharingan been collected yet? Asked Shikaka, knowing how damaging it would be if the Sharingan was captured by enemy villages or even Danzo. As of right now, every Sharingan has been accounted for, informed Minato after a dragon-masked Umbu, or rather the Umbu commander, whispered in his ear. I believe with the Uchiha weakened, we have two clans that have rather low numbers, Danzo said, making his presence known once more. And what would the second of these two clans be, Danzo? Sum Inuzuka all but spat out, as she, like most shinobi, disliked the man heavily. Well, the Uzumaki, and by extension Namikaze's clan, he said as Minato could feel dread creeping out from his heart. What exactly are you leading to, Danzo? Asked Minato, biting his lip to hold back a glare at the mention of his family. I believe having two once great clans have been led to extinction has had a rather drastic effect on our shinobi forces. I believe we need to rebuild these clans, and quickly, if we are to remain one of, if not the strongest shinobi village. I believe the Uchiha can rebuild quickly with the numbers. However, the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans have a grand total of 5 members at this moment, and as such should be placed under CRA. If the Uchiha clan falls under 10 members, they should also be placed under CRA. He finished as silence settled upon the council chambers at the elder's deceleration. I refuse. Kushina would never allow me to dash da. Minato started, only to be cut off by Danzo. I'm not saying you should be placed under CRA, but rather your clan heir, Naruto Namikaze. Danzo stated, causing Minato to glare at the aged man, releasing a small amount of killer intent at the implication. Again I dashed da. He started, only for Shikaka to speak up. Minato-sama, I'm afraid you don't have a choice under the laws of CRA. If a clan falls under 5 true-born members, it's required that the heir of the clan to take on multiple wives if the clan head is already married. Breathing deeply, Minato thought for a moment. Currently he was cornered. He had no legal basis to refuse, and it wouldn't do well to anger Danzo with how powerful he was and his influence within Konoha. Sighing, he nodded as he began to fill out the paperwork. And how many wives does the council believe Naruto must take, and by what age? He spat out, angry that he was about to put his son in such a position. I believe 10 would be the optimal amount. It guarantees that children will be born, no matter what happens. I also believe by the time he reaches the age of 16 or Chunin, whatever comes first, he should have at least 3 wives. Danzo said, getting no rebuttal from anyone within the clan. Minato sighed, writing it down, knowing his wife was more than likely going to kill him. If there's nothing else, I believe we may all go home for tonight. We're all tired and would like to be with our families. Minato said with a sigh as the council filed out of the room, Minato leaving in a flash to the hospital room. Oh Minato, how did the council meeting go? Asked Kushina, holding their newborn daughter, unaware of the shock she was about to receive. Well, we need to talk about that, Minato said with a nervous chuckle. 2 years later, 5 years before the start of canon. Why can't we just flash there too, San? Asked Naruto as he and his father trekked through the land of wind. Because I thought this would be a nice father-son trip, he said with a smile, walking next to his son. Kushina was shocked and angry, of course, at the news, with threats to castrate her husband or kill him and hide the body after finding out about the CRA. It took a lot of time and requests for forgiveness by Minato, but she finally listened to her husband on the matter. It took some time, but she slowly came to accept the act being placed on her son, seeing as there was no other choice. Yeah? Well, you could have picked a different venue, he grumbled as the walls of Sunagakure appeared in the distance. Quit complaining. Maybe if you paid attention more during your daily training, we could have taken the fast way here, Minato said, bopping Naruto over the head as they finally reached the gates, the guards halting them. Fourth Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Asked Asuna Chunin, who wore their standard uniform, checking for possible hedge or genjutsu. I'm here to meet with the Kazekage Dano and to show my son the world a little bit, Minato told them as the guards nodded, letting the duo through. Enjoy your stay, Hokage-sama, they said as the father and son walked down the main street of Sunagakure, the sandstone buildings rising around them as villagers scurried around in awe at seeing the fourth Hokage, a living legend. So this is Sunagakure? Naruto asked, slightly in awe, seeing another hidden shinobi village as they quickly approached their Kazekage building, which had the kanji for wind displayed proudly. Well, as proudly as a banner could be on the side of a building. Yeah, it is. I was here a lot during the third shinobi war. Iwagakure tried to invade multiple times, but your old man here repelled them every time. Minato boasted with a small smile, knowing his son would believe his statement even if it wasn't totally true. That's so cool! Naruto shouted as they entered the building, a rush of cool air flowing over them as the buildings at sea enveloped the two. Hokage-sama! Shouted the secretary, surprised to see the young man in person, and not the ambassador that she normally saw from Konoha. Hello, I'm here to finish talks of our current treaty. Minato said. She, the secretary, at a loss of words, quickly led the Hokage and his son to the Kazekage's room. Knocking, there was a pause as the shout of "Come in" rang through the wooden door. Entering, Naruto was surprised at the appearance of the fourth Kazekage. Raza had auburn hair, dark eyes, and was usually depicted with a very stern look on his face. He wore a simple black jacket and pants with mesh armor underneath. He carried a small canister strapped to his hip. He also had 2 creases around his mouth. Hello, Razadano, it's good to see you again after so long, Minato said with a smile which the now named Raza did not return. I was not expecting to see you personally, Minato Dano. However, it's not an unwelcome surprise, I suppose. And who is the young child next to you? He asked, looking at Naruto with a critical eye. This is my son Naruto Namikaze, he said with a smile, affectionately rubbing the top of his son's head. Well, it would not do to have him listen to the boring prattle of negotiations. I shall send him to meet my own children, Raza said, calling in a servant who took away Naruto. So I have the current negotiations here, which I believe are rather acceptable. However, I would like to add a few things. Raza started as he pulled out the current treaty as the 2 Kages looked over the paper with a critical eye. And what would that be, Razadano? Minato asked. He assumed that everything that had been talked about was acceptable and the treaty was ready to be signed. Well, simply put, I would like to add in a clause that sends more missions back our way. We've lost a large portion of our clients to Konoha after the end of the Third Shinobi War, which has nearly crippled our village, Raza stated, causing Minato to frown. I understand. I believe potential clients that are closer to the Suna should be sent your way instead. However, we require a steady stream of clients as well. I believe a 75%-25% split would be acceptable, with Konoha receiving 25%. Asked Minato. Sure, it would in the short term lessen the income of Konoha, but Haino Kuni was large with an ever-expanding need of jobs. I think that's acceptable, Minato Dano, he said, pausing as he added it into the treaty. I also want to add in a political marriage clause between my daughter Temari and your son Naruto, he said, shocking Minato as he looked at the Kazekage in confusion. Well, that's not quite what I was expecting, Razadano. However, I believe that could be done with the 2 marrying by the time they become 16 or both reach the rank of Chunin, Minato said, knowing he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. That's acceptable. I also wish for her to move to Konoha with you to deepen our relationship and her relationship with her now fiancé, Raza said, shocking Minato once more. But won't you miss your daughter? Minato asked, as he could never even think of sending his own daughter away. I will. Don't get me wrong, Minato Dano. However, I believe this will help us to strengthen and deepen ties between our villages. I believe their second-born shall move to Suna after reaching the rank of Genin, Raza said, which caused Minato to frown but nod. This was, after all, a common political move between clans and even countries at one point in time. However, in the modern day, it was a rather rare affair. Is that everything, Razadano? Asked Minato, to which the man nodded. Yes, he said, signing the treaty, turning it for Minato to sign, as well the Suna equivalent of Umbu appearing to have copies made. I do, however, have a personal request. My son has the Ichibi sealed within him. However, the seal work was rather shoddy and has caused my son immense issues. He's become rather unstable, and I fear he might snap and rampage across Sunagakure, Raza explained as Minato frowned, thinking about the request for a moment. Who exactly did the seal work on your son? He asked, trying to understand why a Jinchuriki, even the Ichibi, would cause so much trouble for its container. Lady Chio did the seal work, seeing as she has the most experience with seals. However, we have no true seal masters her in Suna. Raza said as Minato mulled over the decision for a while before he nodded. I will have to meet your son and take a look at his seal to get a good grasp of what I'm dealing with and what I would have to do, Minato said. Meanwhile with Naruto. Hello, my name is Naruto Namikaze. Naruto shouted to the two other children in the room. One was a girl a little older than him with teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive pigtails. She also wore brown pants and a purple sweater. The other was a young boy who had brown hair and black eyes and had a striking resemblance to his father. The young girl decided to introduce herself first. Hello Naruto-san, I am Temari, she said with a polite bow as her brother decided to go next. And I'm Kankuro, said the young boy with his arms crossed only to be bonked on the head by Temari forcing him to bow. Seeing this, Naruto returned the bow, all the children rising at the same time. So you're Minato Namikaze's child? Asked Kankuro, which Naruto nodded to his chest, puffing out at how awesome his dad was to be recognized. That's right. My dad is the most awesome ninja in the world, and one day I'm going to surpass him and be even greater, he said proudly. Sure, like a pipsqueak, like you could never be an awesome ninja like I'm going to be, Kankuro said with a smirk, his own chest puffing out at his own claim. Temari sighed, seeing the now rising competition between the two boys. Yeah, I bet I could kick your ass right here right now, Naruto shouted, which made Kankuro scowl. I'll take you on with my puppets, he shouted right back as he pulled out a small puppet. However, it looked like a doll to the untrained eye. This caused Naruto to laugh. At seeing the small contraption, Naruto started to laugh, causing Kankuro even more anger. What could you hope to do with such a small doll? House me to death, Naruto shouted, laughing even more as he clutched his stomach. It's not a doll, it's a puppet, and one day it will be a battle puppet, Kankuro shouted in anger as he attached chakra strings to the puppet, causing it to come to life. Naruto stopped his laughing and watched in fascination as the puppet began to move around, a small needle coming out of its hand. See that shut you up, that small needle can be filled with poison or shot out of the hand to puncture vital areas, Kankuro explained, which Naruto sucked up with gusto, finding the obscure ninja art rather cool in his young mind. I could still kick your ass, Naruto offhandedly mentioned, which only served to infuriate Kankuro even more. Why you dash dot? He started, only to be cut off by Naruto. So what do you like to do, Temari-san? Naruto asked Temari, who had delegated to sit off in the corner and just watch the two argue. Oh, me? Well, I like to work with fans, I guess. I don't like to work on dolls like my brother over there, Temari said, causing Naruto to laugh and Kankuro to simply sit in a corner and cry about how cruel everyone was to his ninja art. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening drew all 3 children to look over as another young boy entered the room with red hair and teal eyes. He wore a simple sandy brown shirt and brown pants. Oh, Gaara, hey, it's a good to see you, Kankuro said, trying to interact with the now named young boy. However, he said nothing, seemingly ignoring the boy. Looking at Temari in confusion, Naruto felt a connect to Gaara. However, it wasn't a good connect, it felt like. Who is that? Naruto whispered to Temari, who frowned. That's my younger brother Gaara. Our father tends to keep him away from us. We're not exactly sure why, she informed the younger boy, who frowned, wondering what was drawing Naruto to Gaara, who seemed to have the same question. Looking at each other, they both frowned in confusion. However, both their fathers decided to make their entrances. Glad to see you're getting along with everyone, Naruto. However, I need to talk with Gaara really quickly, Minato said as Gaara looked to his father, who simply nodded. I hope to meet you more later, Naruto. Mother is intrigued by your presence, Gaara said, with made Naruto shudder, wondering just what he referred to when he said mother. Dinner will be served soon. Once Minato Dano is finished speaking with Gaara, we will eat, Raza told the children as he closed the door once more, leading Gaara down the hall to a room prepared for sealing work. Alright Gaara-kun, I'm here to take a look at your seal. If you could please show me it, I can help you, Minato said, kneeling to Gaara's level with a smile. Once again Gaara looked to his father, who nodded in approval. Lifting up his shirt a little, Gaara applied a little bit of chakra as a shoddy-looking seal appeared. The ink and kanji was jagged and rough. Minato deeply frowned seeing this as he could barely recognize the seal. Well, Razadano, I can fix the seal, but I'll have to all but replace it. I have a lot of respect for Chio, but she is no seal master. Minato said as he pulled a scroll and unsealing a bottle of ink and brushes to apply the new seal. Quickly going to work, Minato found it hard to work on the seal, as he had to deal with the sand initially sealing Gaara's access to it. Minato began to write a large intricate seal on the ground around Gaara to make the transfer from seal to seal easier and block the chakra from escaping and forming the biju. This took around half an hour till Minato was ready to form the actual seal. Writing the seal took time as well, coming to about 20 minutes till he was ready to transfer the chakra. Okay, Razadano, this is a 5-point seal. He'll still have access to the biju, however, that's only if he allows it, and he can cut the connection at any time. He should also be able to sleep soundly at night. Minato informed Raza, who nodded, waving his hand as a sign to transfer the chakra between biju. Nodding, Minato laid his hands on the two seals, flaring his chakra as he began the long process of moving the biju from seal to seal. Even though it only took 5 minutes, it felt like hours for Minato, who was panting at the end, the transfer taking up a lot of chakra. Gaara looked at the two Kage in confusion. I can't hear mother anymore. It's so quiet, he said as Raza performed a quick genjutsu, putting his son into a sleep trance. So he can sleep. That's good, thank you, Minato Dano, he said, shaking his fellow Kage's hand. You're welcome, Razadano, he will still have access to his sand as well, he informed the Kage, who sent a pulse of chakra through his son, waking him up. Did I fall asleep? Gaara asked in confusion once again, not used to the feeling which to him was strange. Yes, son, you did. Now let's go have some dinner, he said, gently placing a hand on Gaara's shoulder, leading the two men back to the room with the children. You said dinner would be ready soon, shouted both Kankuro and Naruto at the same time, causing the two Kage to sweat drop and share a look of confusion. Well, dinner is ready now, so let's go, Raza said as the two young children roared past the two powerful men, Naruto following Kankuro to the dinner hall within the tower, sitting down quickly as the rest of the procession follow, sitting down at the table. Quickly chowing down, the air was comfortable but nobody spoke, which was something Naruto wasn't used to seeing, as dinner was rather lively in the Uzumaki home. Once everyone had finished eating, Minato and Raza nodded to each other. Everyone's dismissed for tonight, however, Temari, we need to talk with both you and Naruto here, Raza said to his children, who all looked at each other in confusion. Getting up, Temari and Naruto follow the two Kages to the Kazekage's office, looking at the two fathers in confusion. We have some news for the two of you, Minato started as Raza decided to finish for his fellow father. As per the terms of the new treaty, we have agreed on a political marriage, he started, the two children sharing a look of confusion. How exactly does this concern us? Temari asked for the two young children. Well, seeing as you're both the children of the Kage, you've been chosen to be the two to be married. Minato broke the news, which didn't quite sink in at first, but both children realized exactly what they meant after a moment of thought. I have to marry him, her, the two shouted at the same time, pointing at each other, blushes heavily covering there before looking away from each other, now unable to look each other in the eye. I know it's a lot to take in, but in time I'm sure you'll understand it, Raza said to the two. For tonight, however, get some rest because he was paused by a look for Minato and a shake of his head. Nodding, Raza frowned, looking at the two children. Because I'm sure this is a lot to process, he finished as the children frowned, unable to say anything about the news they had just heard. Nodding, everyone left the office with Minato and Naruto led to their rooms. Both father and son settled quickly into their beds, however Naruto was unable to sleep. Frowning, the young child turned over to look over at his father. "Two-san, how come so many people in the village hate me?" he asked, causing his father to turn and look at him. "Well, Naruto, it's not something I can quite tell you right now. Why do you ask?" Minato said to his son, frowning in the dark room. Not that Naruto could really tell. "It's just that I can see when people glare at me. Most are subtle but others aren't," Naruto said. "I also felt this strange connection to Gaara, as if he knows what I'm going through," he informed his father, who was surprised that Naruto could feel the biju kept within Gaara. When we get home, we'll talk with your Ka-san, okay? For now, you should get some sleep, we'll have a long journey home. Minato said, knowing it would be longer with Temari joining the two Namikes. Naruto nodded, yawning lightly. Okay, Tusan, good night, he said, drifting off into sleep as Minato did the same. Next morning, after a heart breakfast, the two Kages and their family made their way through the streets of Sunagakure and Naruto walking rather close to each other. Naruto-san, have you ever had the feeling that we're similar to each other? Gaara asked, looking at his fellow Jinchuriki. Yeah, I have, but I'm not sure why. Tusen said he'll tell me when we get home. I hope it'll help me understand you better. Naruto said with a bright smile, surprising Gaara, who wasn't used to such a gesture. I hope so, Naruto. I enjoyed meeting you, Gaara said to the young boy with a small smile playing upon his lips. Looking over at Temari, Naruto gained a look of confusion as he saw her carrying a large bag. Temari, what's with the large bag? He asked with a frown tugging on your lips. Sighing, Temari looked at her fiancé. Well, it's been deemed that I shall return to Konoha with you and Minato-sama to build a potential relationship and strengthen ties with Konoha, he informed Naruto, which caused the young boy to frown. I'm sorry, Temari, if I had any say in this, I would let you stay home with your family, he said with a frown, conviction clear in voice, causing Temari to let a look of surprise flash on her face before a small blush to appear. Please, Naruto-kun, she said, playing with the way kun felt on her tongue. It's fine, there's nothing that can be done at this time, and it's not like I can't contact them or see them, she said with a small smile, which Naruto returned. Hey, let me carry your bag. At the very least, you shouldn't have to carry such a huge bag, he said, taking the heavy bag from Temari, which caused her smile to grow. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said as the group finally reached the gate. Stopping, the groups looked at each other as Minato and Raza shook hands once again. Please take care of my daughter Minato-dano, Raza said, which Minato nodded to. Of course, she will receive the best care possible, Minato said as Raza went over to his daughter. Please write Temari-chan. I'm sorry we never had the best relationship, he said, kneeling down, giving her a hug, which Temari gladly returned. Standing up, Raza looked at Naruto. Take good care of her, Naruto, if you don't I will find out, he warned, causing Naruto to gulp as Raza lightly rubbed the top of Naruto's head, stepping back to allow the others to say their goodbyes. Take care, sis, I'll make sure we write to you, Kankuro as he hugged his sister. I'll write every chance I get. I love you guys, Temari said, returning the huge, looking at her younger brother. Please grow up to be strong. I'm sorry, we never had the chance to repair our relationship, Temari said as her brother hugged her, surprising the young girl. It's fine, Temari, I hope you'll enjoy your time in Konoha, Temari smiled, returning the hug, stepping away. I hope we'll have a fight one day, Kankuro, Naruto said with a smile as he fist-bumped Kankuro, who returned it with a grin. Gaara, I'm glad we got to meet each other. Good luck, and listen for the name Naruto Namikaze's future Hokage, Naruto said with a grin as they both fist-bumped each other. To you as well, Naruto, Gaara simply said as the parties stepped away from each other, walking in different directions with their goodbyes done. You're going to love Konoha, Temari, it's super awesome, and there's Ichiraku's ramen, Naruto said excitedly as he started to recount everything awesome about Konoha, much to Minato's amusement. 4 days later, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane sat at their usual spot as the eternal gate guards in the gatehouse. Izumo has brown hair and dark eyes. His hair is combed down and always covers his right eye. He wears his forehead protector like a bandana along with the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, which goes all the way up to his chin. He also wore the standard Chunin flak jacket. Kotetsu has long, spiky, black hair and dark eyes. He has a strip of bandage running across the bridge of his nose and a light-colored marking on his chin. 8, although it has the same color as his hair in the anime. He wears the standard attire of a Konoha shinobi, complete with a forehead protector and a flak jacket. Kotetsu sighed, placing his head on the desk. This job is so boring. Nothing ever happens. he said, closing his eyes only for Izumo to whack him over the top of his head. It's better than off doing missions and having to fight, Izumo said as Kotetsu sat up, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, whatever, was all Kotetsu said as the Hokage party appeared in the distance. Hey, is that who I think it is? Izumo asked, looking down the road at the party. Maybe, Kotetsu replied as a flash of blonde ran past them. Ramen! Was all they heard as Minato walked past them. Sorry, Izumo Kotetsu. I promised Naruto-kun some ramen as soon as we got back, Minato said, rubbing the back of his head with a small chuckle, watching his son run down the street only to be glomped by Kushina. Naru-chan, you're finally back, she shouted, holding her son tightly. Who is that, Minato-sama? Temari asked Minato with confusion. That's my wife Kushina Uzumaki, he informed her as the two finally arrived to the struggling Naruto. Wait, as in the Kushina Uzumaki? She asked, which caused Kushina to pause and look at Temari with a smile. Yup, that's me, Kushina Uzumaki, nice to meet ya, she said happily, looking at the young girl. So who exactly are you? Kushina asked, confused. Well, I'm Temari, I'm the Kazekage's daughter, I'm also Dash. She was cut off by Minato, covering her mouth. She's also our guest for a little while, he said, leaning down and whispering into Temari's ear. If she finds out like this, we're all dead, Minato said, dread and fear in his voice. Oh well, it's nice to meet you, Temari-chan. I'll help you settle in and we'll all go get some ramen, Kushina said with a smile as the group finished the walk to the Namikaze complex. Naruto was practically bouncing as he was ready to get ramen. Entering the main house, Naruto was instantly glomped once more by two red missiles. Naru-ni! The two missiles shouted, clutching his legs tightly as Naruto smiled, seeing his siblings. Hey guys, I'm finally back, he said happily as he bent down to hug Aiko and Kaido. Temari being led off to her room as Minato and Naruto were relegated to kid duty. The young 2-year-olds could be quite the handful. This is your room. I'm sorry it's a little plain, but I'm sure you'll make it a little nicer, and I'm always happy to help, Kushina said happily as Temari and her finished putting away her things. Thank you so much, Kushina-sama, for housing me here during my time in Konoha, Temari said with a small smile playing upon her lips as Kushina waved her hands. Please, Kushina is fine, Temari-chan, I've never been one for formalities, she said as the two headed back to the main room as Naruto and Minato were playing chicken with Aiko on Naruto's shoulders and Kaido on Minato's. So what do you two think you're doing? Kushina said in a deathly sweet voice, causing everyone to freeze and slowly turn to the woman. Nothing, Kushina-chan / Ka-san, the two shouted, which caused her to smile and nod. Good, that's what I thought. Now let's go get ramen, after which Naruto you can show Temari around, Kushina said as everyone excluding Temari and Kushina were out the door and off to Ichiraka Ramen. They really love ramen this much? Temari asked, which caused Kushina to nod. Well, of course they do. It is, after all, the greatest food to ever be created, Kushina said sagely with a sagely nod as she locked up the clan complex, causing Temari to grow a large sweat drop as they started to walk to Ikaraku. Once they went under the flaps, Temari was surprised to see so many bowls already. Ah, did you guys bring me a new customer? Tuchi said as he delivered a bowl of ramen to Kushina as Naruto nodded. Yup, sure did, she's my finance after all, Naruto shouted happily and oblivious to Kushina's shock as she turned to Minato. She's his what? She shouted as Minato and Naruto turned pale, looking at each other, realizing Naruto's stupidity. She's Naruto's future wife, as a term of our new treaty with Suna, Minato said as Kushina glared at the two but let out a huff. You're lucky I'm eating the food sent down by the heavens, otherwise I would be kicking both your asses to the couch, Kushina warned with a glare before going back to her ramen. Man, she muttered to Temari, who shrugged as she slowly tasted her ramen. I gotta say, this is pretty good, she said after her first bite as she began to dig in, finishing at 2 bowls while everyone else except the twins had 4. Thanks for the dinner, old man, shouted Naruto as he took Temari's hand, running off into the village, pointing out all the landmarks and cool spots in his opinion. Looking up in the sky, Naruto's grin grew as he led Temari up to the top of the Hokage monument and on top of the fourth's head. "This is my favorite spot in the whole village, especially at sunset," Naruto said as Temari was in awe as Konoha was covered in bright oranges and yellows, her hand subtly grasping Naruto's harder. "It's so amazing, Naruto-kun, thank you for showing me this," she said with a smile as they simply sat there and watched the sunset before heading home and enjoying a night in their own beds. Next morning. "Naruchan, time to get up and get ready for the academy. You have to take Temari with you," Kushina said from Naruto's room, waking up the young boy, who groaned about his sleep being disrupted. Getting up slowly, Naruto quickly got dressed in black pants and a burnt orange shirt complete with blue sandals as he walked downstairs to join his family for breakfast. "I talked with Irika, he gave me everything you missed, which wasn't much, but we'll be working on it after you get home today, got it?" Kushina said with a smile, which Naruto simply nodded to. "Good," she said, handing pancakes to the young boy as Temari joined them wearing the same brown pants and a purple sweater. "Good morning, everyone," she said tiredly as she began to eat. Once the two were finished and the goodbyes had been exchanged, the two ran off to the academy where children were already filing in. Seeing Sasuke and Itachi, Naruto grinned, running up to the two. "Hey Itachi ni, Sasuke team," he said, sending a glare to his rival, who happily returned it. Itachi poked the two in the forehead with 2 fingers with a roll of his eyes at the two's antics and looked at the young girl. "And who is this Naruto-kun?" Itachi asked as Naruto grinned. "This is Temari. Temari, this is Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto said, introducing everyone to each other. "It's nice to meet all of you," she said with a small smile and bow, which Itachi returned, forcing Sasuke to as well. "Anyways, come on Dobe, we gotta get to class, let's go," he shouted as the 3 quickly ran off to class, opening the door to the small classroom. However, it housed the clan heirs of almost every clan. "Yo Naruto, where you been?" came the above whisper of one Shikamaru Nara, who had spiky black hair done up in a ponytail that made him look like a pineapple and brown eyes. He wore black pants and a gray shirt with the Nara symbol on the front of it. "I've been in Suna," he said, walking up to take his seat next to the young man with Temari sitting on his right. "Who's the girl?" he asked, confused, as Naruto chuckled lightly. "Well, you'll find out when Irika-sensei shows up," causing Shikamaru to sigh and mutter, "troublesome." "Yo Naruto, how you been, dude?" asked Kiba Inuzuka. Like most of his clan, he had messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails that he can change into claws. He also has the distinctive red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks. He wore gray shorts and a white sweater which had a white dog hanging out in. "I've been good, Kiba," he said, fist-bumping the young man with a grin as he sat down in front of him with Sasuke sitting behind Naruto and Shikamaru. "Naruto-kun," shouted Ino Yamanaka, leader of the Naruto fangirls, which caused his to groan internally but kept up a smile. Ino has fair skin, light blue eyes, and long platinum blonde hair worn in a ponytail, with bangs framing the right side of her face. She wore a pink dress with a purple skirt. "Hello, Ino-chan," he said with a smile as she finally noticed Temari. "Who's this sitting next to you?" which caused Temari to frown, looking over at her fiancé. "You'll find out soon, Ino-chan," he said with a smile as the door slammed open. Courtesy of one Sakura Haruno, leader of the Sasuke fangirls. Sakura has fair skin, green eyes, and pink hair. She wore a green dress with a small red bow on the top of her head. "Ino pig, what are you doing so close to my Sasuke-kun?" she shouted, which caused Ino to roll her eyes. "I'm only here because my Naruto-kun is here," she shouted as Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and sighed, already used to this routine. "All right, enough, everyone to their seats," shouted Irika as he slammed the door open, already fully aware of what would be going on as he entered the classroom. Everyone scurried to their seats as Irika looked at his clipboard for any major announcements outside of Temari. "We have a new student. I'm sure you're already aware, so please stand up and introduce yourself," he said with a nod to Temari, who hesitantly stood up. However, she gained some confidence when Naruto gave her a huge smile. I'm Temari, I'm from Sunagakure, and I've come here for diplomatic reasons between our villages. I hope we can all become friends, and I look forward to working with you all, she said with a smile before quickly sitting down, relieved once everyone's eyes were off her. Once again, welcome Temari. I hope you enjoy your stay here in Konoha. Now then, it's time to work on taijutsu and chakra control, shouted Irika as most of the students got excited to head outside. 2 years later, 3 years before the start of canon. Naruto groaned as he got up early in the morning after a particularly heavy training session with his mother and father. They had been working him to the bone to prepare him to become a ninja, and it had shown. His normal routine consisted of running 20 laps around the training grounds, 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, followed by chakra control exercises, taijutsu practice, with Minato teaching his son his personal style. He was then taught kenjutsu by his mother, and they both came together to work on ninjutsu. They had found out 6 months ago that Naruto had a high affinity to futon and suiton, so they began with some minor jutsus, mainly defensive in nature. Finally, at the end of the night, Naruto studied Fuinjutsu after spending some time with his family, or even with just Temari, as the two had grown fairly close to each other over the past 2 years, though neither was ready to consider themselves boyfriend-girlfriend. Looking at the calendar on the wall, Naruto grinned, realizing today was the first day of the academy after the summer break. This also meant that they had finally reached specialization training. "Can't you be more quiet, brat? I'm still trying to sleep," came the voice of one QB no Kitsune as Naruto sighed. Yeah, whatever, you oversized hairball," he quipped at the Biju, who simply growled but didn't say anything. Naruto had found out the night after Temari's first day, like his father had promised. Flashback: no jutsu. Coming home late in the evening, Naruto frowned, seeing that Mikoto was taking care of the twins, which meant that Kushina and Minato had to do something important. Not even looking up from the twins, Mikoto spoke. "Naruto-kun, your parents are upstairs waiting for you," she informed the young man, who nodded, heading up to his father's study. Entering the room, he saw his parents sitting next to each other with a single chair in front of his desk. "What's this all about, Tusan? Ka-san?" Naruto asked, confused as to why his parents had called him up here like this. The two looked at each other and nodded in understanding. "It's time we come clean, Naruto-chan. You've learned about the Kyuubi attack, right?" asked Kushina, trying to slowly ease him into the reveal. "Yeah, of course, you and the Sandaime Hokage killed it, right?" asked Naruto, confused by the question. "That's not quite true, Naruto-kun. Sadly, a Biju can't be killed, only sealed, otherwise it'll just reappear after some time." Minato continued, nodding to his wife. "You see, Naruto-chan, I was the second Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It was released during your birth," Kushina said as the realization started to kick in. "Wait, does that mean I'm the Kyuubi?" Naruto asked meekly as both parents were instantly next to their son, hugging him. "No, Naruto-kun, it doesn't. You're simply the scroll, while the Kyuubi is the kunai. You're a hero who protects Konoha from the Kyuubi," Minato told his son, hugging and rubbing his back as his son cried. "I know how difficult this can be, Naruto-chan. I carried the Kyuubi before you, but you're strong, and one day I'm sure you'll show the villagers that hate you that they're wrong," she said, holding her son closely. Naruto continued to cry until he steadily fell asleep, only to wake up in a sewer. "Did Ka-san and Tusen leave me here?" he asked, confused as he began to walk the sewer, something drawing him farther and farther into it. Entering a large room, he saw metal bars rising into the ceiling. "Ah, my warden finally comes to see me," came a loud rumbling voice behind the cage, a small amount of killer intent leaking out as Naruto slowly inched forward. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, fear creeping into his voice. "I'm hurt. You did just learn who I am," the voice rumbled out as red slitted eyes appeared from behind the bars. "The Kyuubi? But where are we?" Naruto asked, confused how the Kyuubi was there in front of him now. "We're in the seal, or rather your mindscape right now, young Naruto-kun," came an aged voice next to Naruto as the Sandaime Hokage appeared. "Sandaime Hokage? But I thought you were dead after the Kyuubi attack," Naruto asked. Well, yes, I am dead, however, I seal my consciousness inside you to look after you and your parents as you grew up. I must say, Naruto-kun, you've grown into an exceptional young man. Hiruzen said with a grandfatherly smile as he laid an aged hand on Naruto's shoulder. Sarutobi, I thought you weren't going to reveal yourself. Came the Kyuubi's voice from behind the cage as the lights flare to show the tower beast with its 9 tails swishing behind it. I believe this is beneficial to Naruto-kun in the long run, and I can help train his mind, so he becomes a strong host. Wouldn't you like that, Kyuubi? Hiruzen said, which caused the Kyuubi growl. I will accept nothing else from my Jinchuriki, the Kyuubi said, turning around and resting its hands on his paws. Go now, Naruto-kun, I will help you become an exceptional shinobi, Hiruzen said with a smile as Naruto hugged the man. Thank you, Gigi, for everything, Naruto shouted as he faded out of the mindscape to begin his true journey as a shinobi. Flashback no Jutsu Kai. Naruto-kun, please don't antagonize the Kyuubi, came the voice of Hiruzen from within Naruto, which caused him to give an exasperated sigh as he got dressed for the day, quickly heading down the stairs as Temari waited for him at the door with a quick breakfast. Good morning, Temari-chan, he said happily as he took the breakfast from her with a smile which the young girl happily returned. Good morning, did you sleep well? She asked as they walked down the street side by side as usual for the two. Of course, you know how I feel after a long night of training, Naruto said with a chuckle as they went around the corner for the academy. So what specialization training are you going to today? I'm thinking I'll personally head to Kenjutsu and send a clone to ninjutsu and maybe Fuinjutsu. Tusan somehow got Jiraiya to come and train that class. I also think Shurikenjutsu would be good for me, Naruto rambled on, which caused Temari to giggle into her hand. I wish I could use Kagebushin, shadow clones. Like you could to learn as quickly, however, I'm thinking I'll got either ninjutsu or Iryo ninjutsu to learn how to heal someone. I'll go to both, but I'll have to go to the different sessions, she said as they finally arrived in Irika's classroom. Sitting in their usual spots, they waited as everyone else filtered in, excited to start the day and the final 3 years of the academy, especially since the last 3 years were teaching potential specializations and doing D-ranked missions. While the class was still mostly full of the 70 students that had initially been in it, the class was now down to about 50 students. While this was a lot of dropouts, the academy still had 500 potential ninjas in attendance between each year. Alright everyone, today is the day I'm sure you've all waited for. I hope you all had a good break, and I'm sure you all know this will be your homeroom at the beginning and end of the day. Good luck, I will see you all soon, Irika said with a smile as the students separated off to their different sections. Ninjutsu specialization. Kakashi stood at the training grounds outside the academy reading Ika, causing the Naruto clone to grow a sweat drop seeing his older brother reading smut in public like normal. Kakashi-ni, do I need to let the boss know you're reading smut? Naruto-en asked, causing Kakashi to sigh. No, Naruto, I was just about finished, he said to the clone before looking at the class. Unsurprisingly enough, it was more than likely the largest class, with Naruto, Sasuke, Temari, Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru in attendance, with maybe 15 other students in attendance. Welcome everyone to ninjutsu specialization. We will learn up to C or B rank ninjutsu. For what your nature affinity is, please come up to the table next to me and pick up a piece of paper. The students talked amongst themselves but grabbed the blank paper nonetheless. Kakashi-ni, I already know my affinities, Naruto said, which caused Kakashi to smile. Good, you can explain it to the class, he said, with made Naruto grumble about lazy good for nothing Nissans. These are chakra paper. If you pump chakra into it, you'll find out what your nature affinity is. If it's wind, it'll split in half. If it's water, it'll become damp. If it's fire, it'll ignite. If it's earth, it'll crumble into dust, and finally lighting means it'll crinkle, Naruto said, holding up the paper, sending his chakra into it. As the paper split down the middle, one half became damp and the other crinkled ever so lightly, causing Naruto to frown. That's new, I never had a lightning affinity before, he said mostly to himself as Kakashi gave an eye smile. 3 affinities, that's rare for even Jounin Naruto Tuto, even if the lighting affinity you have is pretty weak, he said as the children began to test out their affinity. Most had fire or earth. A few had water, with Temari having a strong wind affinity and a minor fire affinity which matched well to each other. Shikamaru had an earth and lightning affinity, and Sasuke had a fire affinity, which wasn't surprising for his clan. However, he also had a lightning affinity. Interesting, Naruto and Sasuke pretty much perfectly complement each other with your affinity both canceling each other out, he said with an eye smile as he turned his attention to the rest of the students. Okay, everyone grab a scroll with your affinity and get to work. I'll be here to help you out, he said as Naruto and Sasuke shot each other a glare but smiled as they ran up to grab a scroll. Kenjutsu Specialization. Hello everyone, I am Kushina Uzumaki, and this is Yugao Yuzuki. She will be my assistant sensei when she's not off on missions, Kushina said, looking at her students, which in total was 10 with 4 from the third-year students. Students from the other 2 years were taking part as well to complement the lack of interest in Kenjutsu. Included was the actual Naruto, Ino, and Kiba. There were 2 kids from the next year Naruto kinda knew, which were Tenten and Rock Lee. Now then, I want to know what weapons you want to learn, so I can figure out a good style for all of you. Slowly each person named off what they wanted to use. While a lot people said katana, many wanted to learn how to use tanto or even ninjato. How about you, Tenten? Kushina asked as she thought about it for a minute. Well, Kushina-sensei, I want to be able to use as many weapons as possible. Kushina nodded, thinking about it for a moment. I do know one style that suits that purpose. I can teach you, she said with a smile. However, I do recommend having a weapon you use the most, she continued as Tenten nodded. Then the main sword I want to use is a katana, which made Kushina smile. What about you, Lee, was it? Kushina asked. As I cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu, I want to be like Tenten and use as many weapons. However, I think I would prefer the ninjato, he said with a bright smile, which Kushina returned. I see, I will teach you as well. Ino, you're up, she said, turning the young girl who tapped her chin lightly. For me, I think the katana would be best for me, she said as Kushina nodded, once more turning to her son. And lastly, Naruto, I already know you have the same style in mind as Lee and Tenten, she said as Naruto smiled sheepishly at the looks from his fellow students. Yup, the main weapon for me will be the katana, he said as his mother rolled her eyes, knowing he already had the exact weapon in mind already. Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya sat in a small room, his legs crossed over each other as he had a scroll with ink and brushes gathered around him. Only 5 students had some to Fuinjutsu 6 if you included the Naruto clone. A lot of students were dumbstruck to see the legendary man before them, excluding Naruto. Yo, what's up, Arojiji? Asked Naruto with a grin as Jiraiya instantly grew a tick mark on the back of his head, glaring at the young boy. Shut up, you damn brat, he shouted, smacking the boy in the back of the head as he vanished in a puff of smoke. Looks like we have to wait 5 minutes or so for another Naruto to appear, he said offhandedly as another Naruto quickly came into the room, glaring at the white-haired man. Thanks for finally joining us, Naruto. Now let's get started with a disclaimer. Fuinjutsu is a very advanced art, and as such you will be held to a higher level. Any mistake in the kanji or the matrix, even to format of how you place everything down, can cause your death. So please be careful. I will watch over your seal work closely. We will start with working on our handwriting. Jiraiya started as he gave each student ink and a brush, showing them what to write as he began to judge their handwriting. Shuriken Jutsu. 5 students had gathered for Shuriken Jutsu, plus a Naruto clone, as Itachi stood before the group of students. Hello everyone and welcome to Shuriken Jutsu. This will not be an easy art to learn. I can assure you, you have to be calm and calculated in every throw, every movement of your arm. We will begin with the basics, hitting the target and using kunai and shuriken. I will also teach you how to fight with your kunai in hand-to-hand. Itachi told the students gathered before him, as he began to teach each student how to properly throw a kunai. Iryo Ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at the 4 students gathered before her with a frown. This group included Sakura and Hinata, as every student looked at the legendary Sannin in awe. While this isn't as big of a class as I wished, I'm glad to see you all here. Every medic out in the field is another life saved. You, in my opinion, are some of the most important ninja on any team or in the village. Iryo ninjutsu requires high chakra control, as even the smallest mistake can accidentally kill the very person you're trying to save. She warned as she pulled out CPR dolls. Before we start to learn actual Iryo ninjutsu, we need to learn what we can do when low on chakra or when situations don't require it, she said to the class as she began to show the students before her actual CPR. Minato's office. Minato watched the different classes from Hiruzen's class. Happy that the new curriculum seemed to be a success. However, he was surprised that 9 students from the first year were taking taijutsu, seeing as it was being taught by one Mato guy. I hope you're happy with the new changes, Hokage-sama. I'll admit I was scared at first, but I think they've turned out well, said Kyoshi, sitting across from the Hokage watching the different classes across all 3 years. I have noticed more dropouts over the years, but we still have 500 students at all times, Minato said with a smile, happy at how many students still went on to become shinobi. I've also seen that the pass rate on the actual Genin test has risen to 66%, which is good. I'm hoping as more classes go through the new academy, we'll reach 99, if not 100%. I think that will be possible by the time your son's class fully goes through the academy, Kyoshi said with a smile as Minato nodded. I think it will, he said with a smile, shaking the Nara's hand. Chapter 4: How to be a Genin. Naru-chan, you're going to be late for the Genin exam, shouted Kushina right next to Naruto's ear, waking up the now 12-year-old boy, who simply groaned as he tried to wake himself up. Do you have to be so loud? Wait, the Genin exam? Oh shit, shouted Naruto, jumping off his bed in an explosion of blankets, only to be smacked over the head by his mother. Language, she said as she left the room as Naruto scrambled around to find his gear. Now standing at 5 feet 4 inches, Naruto was starting to become the tallest student in his class. He also wore his hair a little longer, come down to the middle of his neck, though he have bangs like his father. Quickly throwing on his clothes, Naruto wore black pants and a black shirt with the Konoha symbol on the front in orange, over top of which he had a dark blue jacket with an orange stripe running down the sleeves, which had the Uzumaki swirl on the back. Running down the stairs, Naruto strapped a katana to his side as Temari gave an exasperated sigh at the late tendencies of her future husband. She wore a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulders garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist, in addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh. Strapped to her shoulder was a large fan, which was a gift from her father. She, of course, had her hair sandy blonde hair worn in her normal 4 ponytails. Good morning, Naruto-kun, she said, rolling her eyes as he caught a piece of toast from his mother from down the hall. You would be picking up Kakashi's tardiness, would you? She asked as Naruto simply rolled his eyes, giving her a quick morning hug, while Temari had gave him a simple peck on the cheek. The 2 young teens hadn't been an actual couple for long, only 2 months, but the 2 had figured it would be best to get used to it, as they would one day be married. Of course not, Temari-chan, he said, giving an eye smile as similar as he could to Kakashi, causing the young woman to giggle into her hand as the 2 headed off to the academy. Who do you want to be on a team with, Temari-chan? Naruto asked as he walked his hands behind his neck, not a care in the world that he wasn't even a genin yet. Your overconfidence will be the end of you one day, Naruto-kun, came the voice of one Hiruzen Sarutobi. Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't, but I'm not dying till I've become Hokage Gigi, Naruto mentally replied as Hiruzen's side Naruto could practically see the aged man shaking his head. They can't make a dead man Hokage, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said. Don't even think about dash. Whatever Hiruzen was about to say was cut off when Naruto ended the connection between him and the mindscape. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, shouted Temari, snapping Naruto back to the real world as he looked sheepishly at his fiancée. Sorry, Temari-chan, one of my tenants needed a water pipe fixed, he joked, causing Temari to sigh. She had found out when the 2 became an actual couple. Actually, you know what? Flashback: no jutsu. Naruto sat at his desk working on a new seal, carefully making the seal matrix, only to be interrupted, ruining the seal, as he heard a knock on the door. Aiko, I told you I can't play today. he said, frustrated as he tried to fix the seal matrix, but letting out a groan of frustration simply set the brush down. Actually, it's me, Naruto-kun. I was wondering if we could talk. Came Temari's voice, causing Naruto to frown as he had an idea of what she wanted to talk about. However, the two of them had been avoiding the subject for a while. Picking up his coat, he threw it over his shoulders as he walked over, opening the door. Sure, let's talk on the Hokage monument, Naruto said as Temari nodded, knowing that's where Naruto liked to go to when he needed to think. As they walked down the stairs and out the door, Naruto carefully wrapped an arm around her, taking the two up to the mountain in a Shushin body flicker. I will never get used to you doing that, Temari said, a little queasy as the two sat down on Minato's head, looking over the village. You want to talk about us, right? Naruto asked, which Temari nodded to, causing the young teenage boy to sigh, which made Temari frown. You don't want us to be an actual couple, do you? I get it, you were forced into this just as much as I was, Temari said sadly, wrapping her arms around her knees, pulling them close to her chest. That's not it at all, Temari-chan. I care about you a lot. I want to be an actual couple. It's just that there's some things you should know before you agree to it, Naruto said, causing Temari to look over at the Naruto quickly, hope in her eyes as well as confusion. Go on, was all she said, causing Naruto to sigh. You've heard of the Kyuubi attack, right? Naruto asked, seeing Temari nodded. He continued on. Well, as you know, it attacked on October 10th, my birthday, he said, which made Temari frown as she nodded once more. Well, it said the Sandame and my father fought hard to kill the Kyuubi at the cost of the Sandame's life. This is a lie. You can't kill a Biju Dash. He was cut off at Temari tackled Naruto in a hug, already figuring it out. Gaara is a Jinchuriki baka. I figured out that you were a Jinchuriki long ago, and I didn't care. I still want to be with you, she shouted, shocking Naruto as he slowly enveloped Temari in a hug. Are really? He asked, unable to believe she still wanted to be with him despite his circumstances. Of course, I loved my brother no differently as I will love you no differently. You're simply a scroll, while the Kyuubi is the kunai within it, she said as a smile slowly grew on Naruto's face. Thank you, Temari-chan. I thought you might look at me differently if you knew the truth, he said, looking down at her as she looked up, the two blushing as they realized how close their faces were. Looking away from each other, they both tried to stutter out responses but got nowhere, simply enjoying each other's presence. There's something else you should know. I've met the Kyuubi in my mindscape, or well, the seal. And apparently the Sandame sealed his soul into the seal as well, so if it ever looks like I'm spacing out, I'm probably talking with them, he informed Temari, who frowned. Not that Naruto could really see it. Why did I have to get engaged to a schizo? She joked with a small giggle, causing Naruto to chuckle as well. Not sure, I'm not complaining, he joked as they continued to sit there watching the sunset over Konoha. Flashback, no Jutsu Kai. Well, as I was saying, I hope I get on a team with you for sure. As for the third member, I'd like Hinata-san or maybe Shikamaru. I'm not quite sure who I want as a third member, honestly, she told Naruto, who nodded as the two rounded the fence of the academy. I'm hoping to have you on my team, of course. As for the third, I would like Shika. However, I'm not sure if he'll be placed with Ino and Choji to continue the Ino-Shikacho tradition. As long as it's not Sasuke team, I'll be happy, he said with a frown. While he thought of Sasuke as a friend and rival, he knew from the mock teams the students were put in that he and Sasuke didn't work well together. What if Ino was placed on our team? Temari teased with a coy smile, causing Naruto to shudder. I can't imagine what it would be like to have my head fangirl on the team, but I want her to get stronger as well, and if she's always pining for my attention, she won't get stronger, Naruto told Temari, who simply nodded. Are you saying you have something for strong girls? She said, the coy smile still present as Naruto sighed. If I say yes, you'll never let me live it down. If I say no, you'll whack me over the head, so I'm going to say no comment, he said with a sagely nod, which Temari only shook her head to as the couple entered the academy room. Yo dope, today's the day I prove I'm better than you, Sasuke said with a competitive smirk, which made Naruto grin. You wish I'm going to make you eat my dust and get Rookie of the Year, Naruto teased, which simply made Sasuke rolled his eyes. Like you could ever get Rookie of the Year over Sasuke-kun Yubaka. Yelled out Sakura, which made Naruto sigh. For all her smart, Sakura never seemed able to back it up, which didn't mend well with being a ninja. Taking his usual seat next to Sasuke with Temari to his right, Shikamaru helped up a hand, counting down from 5 to 1. When he reached the magic number, the door got blown open by Ino. "Damn it! It's so unfair, I want to sit next to Naruto," she shouted at seeing Temari next to Naruto, which simply made the young girl roll her eyes as Ino stomped over to the seat in front of Naruto with a pout. "Early bird gets the worm," Temari said with a sagely voice which only served to aggravate Ino as she stood up and leaned over the desk. "What is it you like so much about Temari, Naruto?" she asked, looking over Temari and then herself. "Is it the boobs? Her general looks, maybe it's her ass," she shouted, getting close to Temari's face. And then something that would always be seared into Naruto's mind happened. The kid next to Ino turned around to see the commotion, swinging his hand out, accidentally knocking Ino forward, her eyes growing wide as did Temari's as their lips descended towards each other. As if in slow motion they made contact in a kiss, their minds unable to process what happened. Taking a few seconds to realize they were still kissing, they quickly shot away from each other, blushing and sputtering nonsense. Naruto meanwhile opened and closed his mouth, unable to process what he just saw, a massive blush spreading across his face as his brain shut down. Sasuke snickered as he snapped his fingers in front of Naruto's eyes, trying to snap the young man out of it. "You hussy. Naruto was supposed to be my first kiss," shouted Ino, pointing at Temari, both of them still sporting huge blushes, though Temari grew a smirk. "Sorry to break it to you, but Naruto was already my first kiss," she said with a large grin, knowing that would break the girl, who moved to say something if the door wasn't opened once again. "All right, everyone sit down. It's time to begin the test," shouted Irika, who held a stack of papers in his hand as he began to pass them out. "We're starting with the written portion before moving on to taijutsu, and we'll finish with ninjutsu," he informed the class as Ino and Temari sat glaring at each other still. Naruto finally snapped out of it, though a blush still adorned his face once he got his paper. The written test flew by, with Naruto finishing early. With Shikamaru, the two of them laid their heads down, letting the half-hour pass by. Once it had passed, the two were hit in the head by an eraser. "Naruto, Shikamaru, the test is over. Please pass them in," shouted Irika as the two both grumbled about troublesome teachers. Once all the tests were passed and the class was filed outside to a large open area. "Okay, everyone, the matches have been predetermined, so when I call your name, please step forward to face your opponent. Our first match will be dashed up," Irika said, pausing to ready the name and a potential dramatic pause. "Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki," he announced as the two glanced at each other, a smirk forming on their faces. Once the two stepped into the taijutsu ring, both dropped into their taijutsu styles, with Sasuke using the Uchiha style, or the Anahirita Ken, Annihilator Fist, and Naruto dropping into his father's style, the Hakadori no Ken, Hummingbird Fist. Irika looked between the two boys, who simply nodded they were ready. "Hi, Jim," shouted Irika, taking a step back as the two charged towards each other, Naruto going for a punch to the head while Sasuke went for a punch to the stomach, only to duck under Naruto's punch, trying to sweep Naruto's legs out from underneath him. Naruto felt himself falling as he simply landed in a handstand, pulling in his body. He tried to jump back to his feet, hitting Sasuke in the chin with the jump, who stumbled backwards. Naruto was on Sasuke in seconds, launching a fist on the right side of Sasuke, which was moved away, only to quickly move over to Sasuke's left side, hitting him with a haymaker to the face, following it up with a punch to the stomach, launching some spittle from Sasuke's mouth. "You're not taking this seriously, Sasuke," Naruto said with a frown as he stood before Sasuke, his guard still up as the boy wiped the spit from his mouth. The Naruto and Sasuke fan clubs cheering for their Sasuke simply smirked. "You realized, huh?" Sasuke asked, simply getting a nod from Naruto as Sasuke charged once more, going for a kick to the head, which Naruto effectively blocked with his arms, only to be stunned when Sasuke jumped off his foot, kneeing him in the stomach, which was quickly followed up with a punch to the head, which rang some bells in Naruto's head. Naruto simply grinned as he moved quickly towards Sasuke, punching at his defenses till he swept Sasuke's legs out, only for Sasuke to spin, kicking Naruto's stomach before he landed, hopping back up. "Enough. It looks like there won't be a clear winner. You both pass," came Irika's voice as the two dropped out of their stances. Walking over to each other, they fist-bumped each other as their respective fan clubs booed their teacher. /. Next up is Temari versus Ino, announced Irika as both girls gained their own smirks. However, it wasn't the same competitive smirk that Naruto and Sasuke had, but one that guaranteed someone's ass was going to be kicked. Dropping her fan, Temari and Ino reached the middle of the ring. Once Irika was sure that both girls were ready, he raised his hand and dropped it with a shout of "Hajim!" The two charged at each other as Temari ducked under, punching Ino in the chin, which lifted the girl off the ground as Temari kicked her in the stomach, only for Ino grab her leg, pulling the girl off balance as Ino punched her in the face, sending Temari backpedaling. However, she wasn't given much time to breath as Ino was upon her, trying to much Temari as much as possible, which the girl deflected and blocked as much as she could. Having taken enough abuse from the Yamanaka, Temari ducked under a punch as she punched Ino as hard as she could in the stomach, knocking the air out of her lungs as Ino dropped to her knees. Putting her fist to Ino, Temari growled out one simple word: "Yield," which Ino simply nodded to, taking some time to try and regain some breath in her lungs. Frowning and rolling her eyes, Temari simply threw Ino's arm around her shoulder, helping the girl over to the sidelines. The only other notable fights were Sakura versus Hinata, which Hinata easily beat Sakura in a single hit, which was rather sad. Kiba and Shikamaru fought each other as well, despite Shiakamaru's mutters of troublesome Inuzukas. While Shikamaru put up a small fight, he quit after the minute mark, which was all that was needed to pass the test. Once all the fight were wrapped up, the class was herded back into the classroom as Irika did a mental check of everyone within the room. Alright everyone, your last test for today to become Genin is the ninjutsu test. You'll be called one by one into the room by last name, announced Irika as he walked into the room for the ninjutsu test, which had the outside wall removed for more destructive jutsu. One by one, the kids were called down, each coming back with their Hiraishin proudly presented on their body somewhere. Almost everyone had gone and passed, including Choji, Shino, Kiba, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Temari. "Sasuke Uchiha!" came the shout from Irika as the young Uchiha smirked, standing up and beginning to make his way down. "This will be a breeze, dobe," he said to Naruto, who rolled his eyes. "I'm still going to get Rookie of the Year team," Naruto said to Sasuke, who shot a quick glare at Naruto as he left the room, coming back 5 minutes later. "Naruto Uzumaki!" shouted Irika as Naruto grinned, walking down the steps past Sasuke. "Rookie of the Year is as good as mine team," Naruto taunted, which simply made Sasuke roll his eyes this time as Naruto left the room, entering the testing area. "Okay Naruto, you will perform a series of jutsu starting with the henge," he told Naruto, who went through the hand signs quickly. "Henge no jutsu, transformation jutsu," Naruto shouted, becoming a perfect look-alike of the Sandame, shocking Irika slightly that Naruto had such a perfect version of the deceased Hokage. "Ah, very good Naruto, you can drop it now. And the next technique is the kawarimi," Irika said once he got past his initial shock as Naruto dropped the henge in a cloud of smoke. Going through the correct hand signs, Naruto shouted the name of his jutsu. "Kawarimi no jutsu, body replacement jutsu." And in a puff of smoke, he was gone, replaced with a piece of wood from outside. "Very good Naruto, lastly you must perform 3 jutsu of at least C rank," Irika informed Naruto, who grinned as he formed his signature hand sign. "Kagebushin no jutsu," he shouted, 2 clones forming next to him, with one form the Rasengan and another quickly moving through a series of hand signs, shooting as its chest puffed up. "Futon, Ibaretto," wind release, air bullets. As it shot 4 condensed bullets of air from its mouth, destroying in target outside, shocking Irika. "Naruto, you just performed 2A rank jutsu and AB rank jutsu. Did you have to show off so much?" he shouted at Naruto, who rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Irika sighed before smiling as he picked up a Hiraishin, handing it forward. "Congrats Naruto, you pass," he said as Naruto returned the smile as he picked up the headband, wrapping it around his head and returning to the main room. Once everyone had gone through and passed or failed, Irika came back to the classroom. "Congratulations to everyone who passed as of today. You are all ninjas in the ranks of Konoha, where your Hiraishin as proud as I am of each and every one of you. My final announcements are: Rookie of the Year is Naruto Uzumaki. This caused an uproar between the two opposing factions, with Naruto's cheering and Sasuke's crying outrage. Naruto grinned at Sasuke, who simply rolled his eyes but nodded in approval. "Quiet!" shouted Irika. Once he had everyone's attention, he continued. "Kunoichi of the year goes to Temari," he announced, causing the mentioned girl to grin as Ino glared at her, Naruto giving the girl a quick hug. "And finally, tomorrow you will all come back here for team placements. Now get out of here and celebrate with your families," he finished as all the young ninja cheered, running out of the room and out the academy to their awaiting parents. Temari and Naruto looked for their family, and once they spotted them, ran over. "Ni-san, Nei-chan, you passed," shouted Kaido as he ran and hugged Naruto's legs while Aiko hugged Temari's. The young 7-year-olds had grown a lot in the past couple of years, both of them reaching Naruto's waist. Aiko wore a yellow sundress with the Konoha symbol on the back, and Kaido wore green pants and a white shirt with the Konoha symbol on the back. "Congratulations, Naru-chan, Temari-chan," Kushina said happily next to Minato as she looked proudly upon her two oldest. "You're officially ninja, and I couldn't be prouder of you too," Minato said with a proud smile as the two parents walked over, hugging both 12-year-olds. The two practically shined with happiness that they could now begin their career as a ninja. "Now then, how about we get some ramen?" asked Kushina as all the Uzumaki cheered in glee. Naruto sneaked a glance over at Sasuke as they left, happy to see him surrounded by his family, including Itachi and his fiancée Izumi. The family quickly made their way to their favorite ramen stand, all in high spirits, and Naruto joked about how awesome of a ninja he was going to be one day. "Hey old man, 5 miso ramen," shouted Naruto proudly, displaying his Hitai-8 on his forehead, with Temari wearing hers around her neck. Tetsuya turned around with a grin, looking at the new genin. "For the Hokage's family, it's on the house tonight," he said happily as everyone cheered. Tetsuya quickly working to make their ramen as the family continued to joke and laugh and smile. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Once everyone had eaten their fill of ramen, they returned home and turned in for the night. Naruto was laying in his bed, laying face up with a grin on his face. However, the young man wasn't able to sleep. The excitement was too much as he heard a knock on the door. He raised an eyebrow. "Come in," he called out quietly as Temari entered the room in a simple purple nightgown. "What's up, Temari?" Naruto asked in confusion as Temari walked over and plopped down next to Naruto. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to cuddle with you," she told the young man through the blankets over her and held her close, the pair laying there in a comfortable silence. "We're ninja now, and we're one step closer to being married," Naruto said as Temari smiled, nodding. "That we are, Narukuin, that we are. Also, don't think I didn't catch the way you blushed when me and Ino kissed today," Temari said with a coy smirk, and the blush returned to his face as he was unable to say anything as the young boy stuttered out nonsense. Temari giggled as she reached up, pulled Naruto's face down, and planting a soft kiss on his lips. It was a short and chaste kiss, but still one filled with the emotions between the young couple. Pulling back, she snuggled into Naruto's side as Naruto had a small smile, pulling her closer. "Good night, Temari-chan," Naruto said with a yawn as he began to drift off into sleep as Temari began to do the same. "Good night, Narukuin," she said softly as the two drifted off into the land of dreams, as Hiruzen decided to let Naruto rest his mind instead of training that night. Next morning. "Narukuin, Narukuin," came the voice of Temari in Naruto's ear, waking the young boy as the light filtered into his room. "Yes, Temari-chan?" Naruto asked, barely opening his eyes as he felt Temari's weight shift next to him. "It's about time to get up, we don't want to be late for team assignments," she told the boy as she got up, walking over to the dresser, grabbing some clothes she kept in Naruto's room. "Yeah, I'll be up in a moment," he said as he felt himself drift back to sleep, only for his nose to be flicked by one Temari. "No, Narukuin, you're not drifting off to sleep so easily," she warned as she walked out of his room and back to her own. Grumbling about nosy girlfriends, Naruto sat up, yawning as he put on his own clothes and strapping his katana to his side. Opening the door to his room, he was greeted by Temari, who was waiting for the young man. "Good, you're actually up," she said as the two walked down the stairs into the kitchen to see Minato and Kushina already up, with Kushina making some breakfast and Minato reading a newspaper while drinking some coffee. "Someone's up early," Minato said, barely glancing up from the newspaper as Naruto and Temari sat down at the table. "So, Tusen, can you dash?" Naruto began, only to be stopped by Minato. "No, Naruto-kun, I cannot give you your team assignment. You'll find out at the academy. Also stop by my office after your team meeting. I have to tell you about something," Minato said as he took another sip of his coffee, flipping the page over. "Ugh, fine, I'll find out like everybody else," Naruto grumbled out as Kushina placed some French toast with eggs and bacon down in front of everyone, humming a simple tone to herself. "I think it's time to buy the next weapon you want to work towards mastering, Naruto. Any ideas?" Kushina asked as she sat down herself, deciding to let the twins sleeping in. "Well, I've been thinking I want to go to the ninjato while my katana work is my best and my tanto skills are nothing to cough at. I want a good in-between weapon," he said as Kushina nodded. "All right, we'll visit Tenten's store after your meeting with your father to find one you like," Kushina said as the family ate in silence, looking at the time on the wall clock. Naruto sighed. "Come on, Temari-chan, we have to get going," he said, standing up, taking his dishes to the sink as Temari did the same. "Thanks for the food, Mom, it was really good," he said with a grin as he and Temari left for the academy one last time. Grinning as the two walked down the street, Naruto could barely contain his excitement. "Today's the big day," he shouted, getting some looks from passerbys, causing Temari some embarrassment. "Yeah, it is, Naruto-kun, but please keep your voice down," she said, trying to hush the boy whose grin only grew. "Nah, I want to shout to the whole world that Naruto Namikaze is a ninja now, so you better look out," he said happily as the two finally made it to the academy as Temari let out an exasperated sigh. "I'm starting to rethink being on your team," she teased as Naruto's face morphed into horror. "Please no, Temchan," he shouted, dropping and grabbing her leg like a little child, which only served to aggravate Temari as she tried to drag along Naruto into the classroom, getting a few snickers from the other genin inside. "I was only joking, Naruto-kun," she said as Naruto finally detached from her leg with a large grin. "Awesome," he shouted, running up to his seat as Temari let out a huff of annoyance at Naruto's antics, running up to join the young man. "Do you always have so much energy?" muttered Shikamaru from within his arms as Naruto grinned, not that the Nara could see it. "Of course, Shika," he said as the remaining students began to file in, everyone chatting amongst themselves of wishes to be on the same team with each other. "All right, everyone, that time has arrived. Once again, I want to say how proud I am of everyone. You've worked hard these past 6 years to become the basis of our shinobi forces," he said with a smile as he pulled out a clipboard as everyone, even Shikamaru, leaned forward ready to hear who was with who. "We also have 2 genin joining us to make up for the uneven amount of people who passed the genin exam," he said as everyone fell back in their seats. Entering the room were 2 young teenagers that were the same age as everyone else within the class. The first one was a young girl who had long brown hair and light brown eyes. Her hair is straight on one side, but on the other side it is in a braid. In addition, she sports a clip with 2 circular designs. For her outfit, she wore a pink kimono held closed by a pink sash with 2 pockets on the front. She also wore violet baggy pants and red mesh armor underneath her kimono and legs, along with sandals that were orange in color. The other kid had short, straight black hair and dark eyes which contrast with his translucent-looking pale skin. He was carrying a small backpack. He wore a short black and gray jacket with red straps. He also carried a tanto on his back. The rest of his outfit consisted of a high-collared midriff shirt, black pants, shinobi sandals, and gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed. "These 2 are Sai and Yakumo Kurama. Now then, Team 1 is..." Naruto stopped listening at this point, waiting for his team to be called out as the 2 new genin took their seats. "Team 7 is Naruto Namikaze." This caused Naruto to perk up as he took a glance at everyone else, wondering who we would be with. "Temari," Irika called out, causing the 2 to grin at each other. "And finally, Shikamaru Nara." Shikamaru perked up at this point, as well confused he wasn't with Ino and Choji as per the tradition of their clans, but shrugged, accepting the decision nonetheless. Ino shot a glare at both Shikamaru and Temari for taking what she thought was her spot with Naruto. Your team sensei is Kakashi dashed. He couldn't finish as all three groaned, knowing who the man was and his habit of being late. Damn it, Sen, no wonder you didn't tell me who my sensei was, if Kakashi and I is late. Naruto began to mutter as Irika moved on. Teammate is Sasuke Uchiha, Ino Yamanka and Yakumo Kurama. Your sensei is Azumi Uchiha, with Itachi Uchiha being a co-sensei, it looks like. Irika said, confused, but shrugged it off as wanting to help Sasuke with his Sharingan. Plus, if the rumors were true, then the two Uchiha were engaged. Sakura let out a scream of terror once she realized that she wouldn't be on the same team as Sasuke. Team 9 is still in rotation, so Team 10 is Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. Your team sensei is Kurenai Yuhi, he said, letting the team sink in as he moved on to the last team. Team 11 is Sakura Haruno, Shino Aburma, and finally Sai. Your sensei is Asuma Saratobi. Now your senseis will be here soon, so do as you please once again. I'm so proud of you, good luck. Irika said with a smile, leaving the class as the teams got together. Glad you'll be on the team with us, Shika, Naruto said with a smile, holding out his fist, which Shikamaru lazily accepted. Well, we're probably in for a long dash. Naruto was cut open as the door was slammed open, one Kakashi Hatake appearing. Team 7 roof now, he shouted, disappearing, leaving behind a shocked Team 7. He didn't even use a Shushin. He just moved fast enough to create a cloud of dust, Naruto said in shock as a clone of Kakashi appeared. Was I unclear? Move, shouted Kakashi as Team 7 got into gear, heading up to the roof to see why the normally laid-back Hatake was so angry. Kushina held his Ika copy over a fire, slowly lowering it towards the fire with a mini-kel chuckle as Kakashi bowed on his hands and knees and pleaded with Kushina to let his precious go. Look there, here, Kushina-sama, please, he begged as Kushina sighed. One day, Kakashi-kun, I will destroy this habit and these books of yours, she said with a dark chuckle, tossing the book back to Kakashi as her and the setup disappeared entirely. Now then, with that settled, my first impression is, I hate all of you, especially Naruto Otuto, Kakashi said with an eye smile as the team fell on their faces, their sensei attitude doing an entire 180. But let's get on with introductions such as your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. You first, blonde Gaki, he said, pointing at Naruto with rolled his eyes. Whatever, Kakashi and I'm Naruto Namikaze. My likes are ramen, temari, and my friends. My dislikes are the time it takes to make ramen, people who dislike people for things out of their control, and traitors. My hobbies are gardening, training, and learning or creating new seals. My dream for the future is more of a guarantee. I'm going to become the greatest ninja ever, better than my father and the greatest Hokage. Databeo, Naruto shouted with a grin and nod as if he was predicting the future. I'll make sure you accomplish your dream, Naruto Otuto, Kakashi thought, while on the outside he simply smiled. Such ambition, Naruto, but does it hold any merit? He teased, pointing at the other blonde. You're up next, Sandy, he said as Temari huffed at the nickname. My name is Temari. My likes are fans, Naruto, and my family in Suna. My dislikes are people who judge others as well. I also dislike people who judge someone based on where they're from. My hobbies are practicing futonjutsus and working on fans. My dream is to become a world-renowned kunoichi and start a family, she said with a smile as Kakashi nodded, looking at Shikamaru. You're next, lazy, he said as Shikamaru grumbled about troublesome sensei. I'm Shikamaru Neru. My likes are my friends, which includes Naruto and Temari. My dislikes are anything troublesome. My hobbies are sleeping and playing shogi. Speaking of which, shogi at my place tonight, Naruto, Shikamaru asked as Naruto nodded. I think the score is 22-30. I want to try and get it even, he said with a nod as Shikamaru continued. My dream is to become a good clan head and I guess to start a family, he finished as Kakashi nodded, looking over his squad. These kids have potential, maybe I'll pass my first team? He thought as Naruto spoke up. What about you, Kakashi and I? Naruto asked Kakashi, who gave an eye smile. My name is Kakashi, my likes are. He was about to give just his name, but he felt the good presence of death, also known as Kushina, and decided to give an actual response. My likes are dogs and the Ika. My dislikes are people who turn their backs on their comrades. My hobbies are reading and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to start a family. He said with a smile as the genin nodded, satisfied with his response, causing Kakashi to have a sweat drop. Alright, now that that's taken care of, let's get to the catch. While you've passed the academy, I need to put you through, let's call it a survival test to see if you're ready to actually become genin. Meet me at training grounds 7 tomorrow at 8 a.m., and I wouldn't recommend breakfast, it might make you puke. He said, disappearing in Inshushin. Okay guys, I'm gonna go home, see ya tonight, Naruto. Shikamaru said as he got up, leaving the roof, his hands in the pocket. I'm going to do some shopping, Naruto-kun, I'll see you tonight, she said, giving Naruto a quick kiss on the lips as she jumped off the academy, heading off to the shopping district. Naruto, seeing he was the only person left on the roof, did a quick shushin outside his father's office as he entered through the window, not unlike a certain super pervert. He felt a sweat drop forming, seeing his father reading a certain orange book. Coughing into his hand, his father looked up, surprised to see Naruto there. Oh, Naruto-kun, I didn't expect you so early, he said, a nervous chuckle, stuffing the book away, giving his son a pleading look. I won't tell Ka-san you're ready, Ero-san's books, he said with a smile that promised blackmail as Minato composed himself, motioning at a seat and for the Umbu to leave the room. So I'm sure you're curious as to why I called you here, Minato said. Naruto nodded. Well, after the Uchiha massacre, the council thought we needed to strengthen two clans which have lost a lot of members after the Second and Third Shinobi Wars. These two clans are the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, which you're the heir to both, Minato said as Naruto nodded in confusion. So what does that have to do with me? Naruto asked. Well, you've been placed under CRA. Unfortunately, I had no power to stop it, unfortunately, Minato said as Naruto frowned as he thought about what the CRA was before a look of terror formed over his face. Wait, no, he shouted, shaking his head. What the hell am I going to tell Temari-chan? He shouted in terror as he thought about what his future wife would do him. And what about once the fangirls find out? He shouted as his father sighed. It's out of my hands, the papers have been signed already, he told his son, who went into hysterics, making a gesture of his hands. A purple-haired Nico-masked Umbu appeared, slapping Naruto, snapping him out of his ramblings. I needed that, thank you, Nico, Naruto said as he looked at his father. How many girls do I have to marry? Naruto asked, scared of the number that would be told to him. You can take on a maximum of 10 girls, with 4 being the minimum. You need to marry the first girl by the time you're 16 or make chunin, whichever comes first. Which is good, as that's when you and Temari are supposed to be married by, he said, trying to cheer up his son a little bit. Naruto simply sighed and nodded dejectedly. One more thing before you go. Now that you can use the Rasengan, I think it's time for me to begin teaching you the Hiraishin, he said with a smile as Naruto instantly looked up, an excited gleam in his eyes as Naruto was tossed 2 scrolls which he caught looking back at his father. Those 2 scrolls contain my notes on the technique and the kunai that are used for the Hiraishin, he said with a small smile. Once you have breakthrough with the seal, I'll help you master the technique, he said as Naruto smiled excitedly, running off to start training. Thanks to-san, you're the best, Naruto shouted, running home as he made a Kagebushin, which ran off, already knowing why it was created. Once he got home, he ran past his mother and straight up the stairs into his room. Kushina only shook her head as she went back to the house cleaning. Unfurling the scroll, Naruto unsealed a couple of the kunai, examining them. While they were the classic tri-pronged kunai of his father, they didn't have the seal matrix he was used to seeing. Frowning, he placed a few in his kunai holster, ready to use if he needed a kunai. Unfurling the second scroll, he quickly realized why the kunai lacked the seal matrix. While the matrix was the same general design, the matrix was hyper-fitted, so to speak, to each individual person who used it. Tobirama Senju had a different seal matrix than his Tusan, and he would require a different one as well, which he had to figure out himself. Groaning to himself, Naruto lost track of time as he began to try and think of what his seal matrix should be based on his father's notes. However, he was making no progress as none of them seemed right. Looking up at the clock, he was surprised to see it was already 11:30 when he heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he said as Temari came in wearing a robe, closing the door silently behind her, and walking up to the young teen, she hugged him gently, kissing his cheek gently. "You've been working on this for a while, Naruto. I think it's time for bed," she said into his ear as Naruto smiled contentedly at the feeling of Temari holding him. "Yeah, you're right, but there's something I need to tell you, Dash." He was cut off by Temari putting a simple finger to his lips. "Your mom already informed me today, while I was out shopping. I don't want to share you, but I don't think we have a choice," she said with a frown which Naruto shared but nodded. "Plus, I don't mind as long as I'm your first," she whispered into his ear, smirking as the teen blushed red as he walked over to his bed, undressing to just his underwearing, laying down, motioning for Temari to join him. The smirk didn't leave her face as he dropped the robe, revealing she was wearing a simple orange bra and panties. It grew as she saw Naruto's eyes widen as Temari turned off the lights. Lime warning. "Oh, Temari, I'm not sure what to say," he finally stammered in taking in the girl's appearance. He knew already that Temari had a great figure, though it was different seeing it like this. "You don't have to say anything," she said as got in bed with him, beginning to make out with him, which Naruto quickly returned, their tongues fighting for dominance. Temari slowly lowered into the waistband of Naruto's underwear, softly gripping his growing member, which caused Naruto to groan softly as he did some hand seals, creating a privacy seal. "Let's see what I'm working with," Temari said as she crawled down, removing Naruto's boxers, his 8-inch dick springing up as Temari smirked. Leaning down, she slowly began to lick it before taking it fully in her mouth, causing Naruto to moan. "Temari-chan, that feels so good," he said as she slowly began to take him fully in, bobbing her head up and down as Naruto began to feel himself drawing close already. "I'm coming, oh fucking I'm coming," he moaned out, coming in her mouth, which she greedily swallowed. Sitting up, she reached behind herself, removing her bra. "It's my turn, Naruto-kun," she said as Naruto watched the bra fall away to leave her C-cup breasts. Getting the idea, he laid her down, slowly kissing from her neck down to her breasts, which he sucked on, played with his hands, slipping into her panties, playing with her still hidden lower lips. That feels so good," Temari said, gasping as Naruto slowly began he moving from her breasts. He removed her panties, staring at her pussy before he moved in, beginning to lick it, causing Temari to moan more. "Oh God, don't stop," Temari said, her thighs gripped his head, her hands running through his hair as she already felt close. "Oh, I'm coming," she shouted, coming his mouth as the two young lovers panted, laying next to each other. "Lime over. I want to wait for the full thing, Naruto, but that was amazing," she said once she regained her breath, the two laying next to each other comfortably. "I know what you mean, Temari-chan, but that was fun," he said with a smile as the two shared a quick kiss, both falling to sleep. Next morning. "Good morning, Naruto," Temari said into Naruto's ear, waking up as he realized that both of them were still naked and little Naruto was up and ready to go, poking into Temari's stomach. "Someone's ready as ever," she teased as Naruto blushed, stuttering out nonsense only to be silenced by a kiss. "Don't worry about it though, as much as I want to give you another blowjob, we have to go. Otherwise we'll be late for training with Kakashi," she said with a chuckle which two shared. "Yeah, let's at least get something to eat," he said as he watched Temari get up, walking over to his dresser, shaking her ass the entire time, putting a little show for Naruto as she got dressed and ready for the day. She did the same as Naruto himself got ready. Once both were ready, they left their rooms, heading down into the kitchen. Seeing that Kushina was gone, both shared a look, knowing exactly what it meant. "We're going to be late," they shouted as they grabbed some fruit, running off to training grounds 7, barely arriving in time as Kushina once again held Kakashi's book hostage, this time over a pool piranha. "Look, I'm not late, please, Kushina-sama," He pleaded as she rolled her eyes, returning the book. Once more the pole of Piranha and Kushina disappeared as Kakashi turned back to the students with an eye smile. His normal attitude appeared. Good morning everyone, so I suppose I should explain the purpose of this test. This is the real Genin test. While you've passed the academy exam, you're not truly Genin just yet. Your goal, he said, pulling out 2 bells out from the pouch he kept book in, tying it to his waist. Are to retrieve these 2 bells within 2 hours. Whoever doesn't have a bell by the end of it fails, and it's sent back to the academy. He finished explaining, setting a timer, placing it on one of the stumps in the training grounds. Any questions? No, begin, he shouted as all the Genin disappeared into the trees. All of them tried to hide their presence as Kakashi pulled out his book. However, he could sense where everyone was. Pretty good, I must say. However, it's not good enough. Naruto is like a beacon with how much chakra he has, but that's to be expected, I suppose, he thought as he began to read his book. Naruto frowned as he thought about what Kakashi had told them. There's no way we can realistically get those bells from Kakashi and II. He's one of the best jounin in the village. And a 2-man Genin squad? That's unheard of. If anything, it's more common for a 4-man and up squad, but never less than 3. Wait, that's it, he thought as he heard Hiraishin chuckle when Naruto realized the true meaning of the test. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his chakra, feeling the presence of Shikamaru and Temari. Lesson 1: Naruto Taijutsu. Kakashi said from behind Naruto as Naruto barely felt him appear behind him before he jumped back into the clearing. Kakashi hot on his trail as he went for a lazy kick. Naruto brought his hands up, blocking the kick as he moved in to try and hit Kakashi, who simply deflected or dodged all the attacks lazily, still reading his book. Frowning, Naruto formed his favorite Handizan. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clones? He shouted, forming a platoon of clones, 2 of them moving in the smoke to his teammates. Very good, Naruto. Tuto, using the smoke as cover to reach your team, he said as he put his book away. Lesson 2: Ninjutsu, he said to Naruto as he went through some hand seals. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique, he shouted, firing the small balls of fire into the gathered Narutos, dispersing a large portion of them before the remaining clones went through a series of hand seals in sync, all of their cheeks filling up with chakra before releasing it. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water release, water wall. A dome of water surrounding their teacher before crashing into him, getting the memories of the clones that dispersed. Naruto smirked as he created another platoon of clones to reinforce the remaining of clones who stood on the water waiting for Kakashi to appear. Using the smoke once more, Naruto retreated into a small clearing where his teammates waited for him. Alright, my clones are keep Kakashi busy, but they can't hold him off for long. So let's get to planning, he said as the 3 Genin went to work. Naruto paused once his last clone was destroyed, rubbing his chest lightly. That was the last one. Geez, Kakashi really wasn't messing around, he said as Kakashi appeared between all of them. Yo, he said with an eye smile as the ninja jumped back into their stances. You have an hour, he said as he made some hand seals quickly. Lesson 3: Genjutsu, he said under his breath, placing the young ninja under an unnoticeable genjutsu as Naruto charged forward, his katana drawn. The katana had a long blade with the top red and the actual blade black. There was no crossguard, however, one could be formed with chakra. It had a blue handle with the Uzumaki symbol displayed proudly on the handle. Going for a swing, Kakashi easily dodged it as he kicked Naruto away, who flipped in midair as he skidded to a stop next to Temari. Frowning, he could have sworn he had gotten Kakashi, however, he realized something. Genjutsu, he shouted as he released it with everyone else as they realized they hadn't moved after all when they all thought they had charged the man. Half an hour, he called out as Naruto nodded to Shikamaru as he moved in, swinging his sword once more, which Kakashi blocked with a kunai as the 2 were caught in a series of parries and swing, each time a clang ringing out. Temari pulled out her fan as Shikamaru's shadow stretched out, grabbing Kakashi just long enough for Kakashi to freeze, allowing Naruto to cut the bells of Temari, blasting them over to Shikamaru with a swing of her fan. Realizing that the bells were gone, Kakashi smiled, putting away his kunai. One more test before I pass them, he thought as he looked at the team. Good job, you guys. However, you have 2 bells. Shikamaru, who are you going to give the second one to? he asked as Shikamaru looked at the bells for a minute before tossing them both to Naruto and Temari, who caught them with some confusion. It's too troublesome to be a ninja, so both of the troublesome blondes can go ahead and be a ninja, Shikamaru said with a shrug, only to be dinged in the head by one of the bells courtesy of Naruto. You lazy Nara. I say if not all of us pass, none of us pass, he said to Kakashi as Temari tossed the bell back to Kakashi. Is that your final answer? He asked, his tone warned of pain. Seeing all the genin nod, he gave an eye smile. In that case you all pass, he said as he motioned the new team to follow him, which they did to a large crystal. Do any of you know what this is? Kakashi asked as Naruto nodded. It's the memorial stone, right? Tusan took me to see it a couple of times, Naruto said as Kakashi nodded in return. That's right, Otuto. This stone has the name of every shinobi that's fallen in the name of Konoha. Most of my own genin team is on it, he said softly, rubbing the names of Obito and Rin, sadness taking his eyes, not that his team could see. So why are you showing us this? Temari asked in confusion. Well, it's part of the reason for this test. I wanted to see if you could work together and help each other. In this world there's a large emphasis on finishing the mission at any cost, even if you have to leave comrades behind. However, I believe those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, he said, letting what he told his team to sink in. Once he was satisfied that he had achieved the desired effect, he smiled under his mask. Anyway, we're an official team now. I gotta go fill out paperwork with Minato-sensei, so tomorrow we'll have our first training and mission, he said as Naruto cheered Temari and Shikamaru elected to smile happily. 1 week later. Training under Kakashi was hell, pure and simple, and D-rank missions were the most useless thing ever. They had already done so many in the academy as well. Kakashi would break each of the genin by having them do physical training, which include running laps, push-ups, etc., followed by chakra control exercises before finishing with specialization training for whatever the genin wanted to work on, only to then be followed up with mind-numbing missions like picking weeds or painting fences. Enough is enough, Naruto shouted within the mission assignment room as the other two genin nodded. Kakashi simply rolled his eyes. And what do you mean by that, Naruto-kun? Minato asked, already knowing what his son wanted. No more D ranks, we did plenty of those in the academy. I want a C rank mission, Naruto shouted as the other two genin nodded in agreement. Once more they were tired of catching that damned cat Tora as well. I suppose you're right, Minato said as Irika looked on in horror. But Hokage-sama, they're fresh graduates from the academy, Irika said with confusion, looking at their Hokage. I know, Irika-kun, however, I think they're ready. Besides, Kakashi is with them. Looking at the scrolls of missions, Minato picked up one that he thought was suitable. A town in eastern Hai no Kuni has reported trouble with bandits. You're to travel to this village and deal with the problem, he said, tossing the scroll to Kakashi, who nodded, seeing the look from Minato. But Hokage-sama, Irika began, only to be cut off by a look from Minato, who shook his head. Good luck, Team 7, he said as all the genin nodded, looking at Kakashi. Meet me at the gate in an hour with enough supplies for a week, he said with an eye smile as the team dismissed, leaving to grab their supplies. Once they were ready, they convened at the gates, ready to go. Let's go, guys, we should arrive in a day's time, Kakashi said after inspecting what the genin brought with them. Nodding, the team took off into the woods surrounding Konoha. Chapter 5, Back-to-Back C Ranks. Team 7 jumped through the forest of Hai no Kuni in relative silence, saying nothing to each other as most were excited to have left the walls of Konoha on their first mission. Naruto nervously fidgeted with his gear. Kakashi held up his hand as they approached a clearing. As the team came to a halt, the genin breathed a little harder than normal, but otherwise were in good shape as Kakashi gave them the signal to circle up. Alright guys, I need to fully explain the mission to you guys. We have orders to not capture the bandits but to kill them. These will be your first kills, however, that's the life of a ninja. I understand this will be difficult, and if you can't do it, I understand, Kakashi said as the genin looked between each other as if having a conversation through looks. We understand, Kakashi-sensei. However, we're ready, at least as ready as we can be, Naruto said with a frown as Kakashi nodded. I'll protect all of you no matter what. I have all of your backs. Kakashi said with an eye smile as the team took off once more, Temari and Naruto next to each other. Are you sure about this, Naruto-kun? She asked Naruto with concern in both her eyes and voice as she looked at her future husband. I don't like the idea of killing, but if I'm going to become the super awesome shinobi I want to be, there's really no choice. I will kill to protect the people I love, which includes you, he said with a smile which reassured Temari, who returned the smile. Are you going to be fine with this, Temari-chan? Naruto asked with the same amount of concern that Temari had shown to him. Yeah, I've already steeled myself that as a ninja I will have to kill to protect the ones I love, she said as Shikamaru appeared next to the two. Are you going to be okay with this, Shikamaru? Naruto asked as Shikamaru frowned but shrugged nonetheless. Yeah, it's troublesome, but I figured this would happen one day, he said as Kakashi hopped behind them, smiling under his mask as his students talked amongst themselves. Seeing the village in the distance, the team speed up as they arrived at the outskirts, villagers spotting the ninja and began talking to themselves, happy that they had arrived. It didn't take long for them to walk to the center of the village as a village elder ran out to meet them. Shinobi-san, thank you for coming too quickly, he called out as he bowed to the team of genin, which they returned. Raising up, the village elder motioned for them to follow him into his office. So what can you tell us about the bandits? Kakashi asked once they entered the office as the village elder offered some snacks and drinks to the team, which the genin gratefully accepted. Well, so far we know there's about 50 of them. Most of the time they'll just attack our supplies, however they've gotten bolder and have elected to attack the outskirts of the village. We think they're encamped down the river as that's where most of the attacks come from, the village elder explained as Kakashi took mental notes of the information. Do you know if there's any hostages? Kakashi asked, which made the elder frown and nod. Mostly women and the occasional child and a few of our fighting age men, the elder told him as Kakashi nodded. Okay, we'll scout out the camp today and attack tonight. We should return in the morning, Kakashi told the villager elder, who thanked them as they left. All right, try not to be seen or attack anyone at all costs. We're just seeing what's there, Kakashi told his genin, who nodded as they once again took to the trees, heading south down the river. Halting near a clearing, they could hear the bustle of a camp. Nodding to each other, the ninja fanned out, getting an eye on the camp. Naruto frowned. He counted roughly 75 bandits, but he didn't see any fighting age men. He did, however, see women being dragged around by their hair. Most had rags, while some of the women didn't have anything. Almost all of them were dirty and roughed up. Holding down his rage, he reached out with his chakra. While most of them didn't have chakra, he did feel a few ex-shinobi from what it felt like. Looking over to Kakashi, he could see that the man was thinking the same thing. We weren't given the full story, it seems. Everyone thought as they observed the camp, looking for choke points, areas of most resistance, where prisoners might be kept, etc. Once Kakashi saw everything he needed, and he was sure the genin had done the same, he gave the signal to regroup. The genin left their spots, returning to a small clearing to the north of the camp. Alright, it looks like there was more to the story than we've been led on. Naruto, I'm sure you felt the 3 large chakra signatures as well, right? They felt to be around Chunin level, so I am officially upgrading this mission to AB rank, he said, lightly shocking the young genin, but they nodded nonetheless. Grabbing a stick and making a patch of dirt, Kakashi began to draw the camp layout with X's on the entrances and exits of the camp. He also circled key tents of interest where he believed prisoners were being kept. Okay, here's the plan, Naruto. You're a good all-around ninja, and as such you and I will be sneaking into the camp after dusk. I'll search this tent and you search this one, he said, pointing to the 2 largest tents, which Naruto nodded to. Our first priority is to find any prisoners and protect them. Once they've been found, one of us will fire the signal in the air, which will be a kotan technique, he said as the genin nodded. Turning to Temari and Shikamaru, he continued. Temari, you'll wait on the edge of the camp and wait to provide support. If need be, you'll also be tasked with blocking the exits once the time comes to attack. Shikamaru, you'll be with Temari. Once the signal has been given, you'll rush to support me and Naruto. Temari is with Naruto and Shikamaru, you're with me, he said, looking at his team to see if there were any doubts. Seeing none, he gave an eye smile. You guys will do fine, I won't let any of you die, he said as the genin went off to get some rest and prepare for the night. Two of the genin checked and then double-checked their kunai and shuriken supplies. Naruto checked his scrolls to make sure his extra weapons were ready to be called upon. Temari checked her fan for any signs of damage or holes in the material. Satisfied there was none, she double-checked the fan again. Shikamaru took a nap. Alright team, it's time. I have faith in all of you, he said as the shinobi took to the trees, quickly arriving at the camp. It was still alive with activity as the bandits milled around at the edge of the camp. Kakashi and Naruto split off as Naruto blended into the shadows. Sneaking around the camp, Naruto stopped behind some boxes as he listened in on some bandits. Do you really think the boss is going to accept this deal with Orochimaru? Make all of us stronger, one of the bandits asked. Why wouldn't he? It's Orochimaru, one of the strongest people alive, the bandit said as Naruto moved on after a patrol passed him by. Say Gigi, wasn't Orochimaru one of your students? Naruto asked as he crept around the camp. Yes, sadly he was Naruto-kun, but the boy was always troubled looking for power. However, I noticed it far too late. I wish I had helped him more, Hiruzen said with sadness and regret in his voice. We can discuss this more later, Naruto-kun, however right now is not the time, Hiruzen said, cutting the connection as Naruto arrived outside his tent. A guard stood outside the tent unmoving. Naruto frowned as he pulled out a tri-pronged kunai, throwing it quickly into the neck of the man, who let out a wet gurgle as blood filled his neck and mouth. Hurrying over, Naruto placed the man behind some boxes, washing the blood away with a Suetun jutsu. Satisfied that the evidence was hidden, Naruto peeked into the tent. As he saw no one, he fully entered the tent, and what he saw scared him for life. The area was filled with dead bodies which had been torn apart, it seemed, and dissected, barely containing the bile filling his throat. Naruto quickly left the tent, bumping into somebody. Looking up in horror was one of the larger chakra signatures he had felt. It was a female who looked to be about 18. She had long black hair and had on a simple purple flowing robes. Around her waist was a large purple rope tying together the robes, which had nothing else on underneath. Who's this? A little fox in the wrong area, she said sweetly as a kunai appeared in her hand, ready to pierce Naruto if hadn't unsheathed his katana in time. A clang sounding out through the area as sparks flew away from the blades that had just clashed together. A fireball erupted into the air as fighting broke out within the camp between the rest of the genin team and the bandits. What's this? The fox has friends, huh? She said, kicking Naruto in the stomach and into a tent where two bandits were just waking up. Oh, look what we have here, a boy playing ninja, the older of the bandits said as he pulled out what had the form of a sword. However, the steel was so bent and destroyed it was hard to distinguish it as a sword. Let's teach him a lesson, shall we? Said the other bandit with a butcher knife out. The female ninja elected to simply watch as Naruto parried an attack from the odd-looking sword with his own, jumping away from the butcher knife which tried to take his head off. Naruto-kun, shouted Temari as she fended out a few bandits using her fan to crush their skulls as one of the other signatures appeared before her. This man looked to be 25 with spiky brown hair as he wore a purple suit with the same rope tied around his waist. Ah, Orochimaru-sama is interested in that one, he said, kicking her away from Naruto, who stabbed the bandit with the butcher knife through the heart. You bastard, shouted the man as he went for a wild swing, only for Naruto to knock away the sword, throwing a shuriken straight into his through, killing the man where he stood. You fight well, Fox-san, but is it good enough? She asked, forming some hand seal as she fired a large fireball at Naruto. Naruto stabbed his sword into the ground, quickly forming hand seals of his own as his chest puffed up, spitting out a wall of water. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water release, water wall technique, she shouted as the two jutsu collided, forming a cloud of steam surrounding the two as Naruto searched for his opponent's signature, which had vanished only to reappear right next to him. Very good, Fox-san, but it's not enough, she said into his ear before kicking him in the side and away from his sword. Grunting, Naruto held his side as he slid to a halt, feeling a few cracked ribs which the fox was already healing. Speeding through some hand seals, Naruto's chest puffed out as he blew a large blast of air which was close to the force of a hurricane. Futon, de Tapa, Wind release. Great breakthrough. He shouted, blowing away the steam and attempting to blow away the lady, the winds blasting into a few of the bandits who were milling around in the area, killing them. My, what a powerful attack, she said as she stood in the same spot next to his sword, only her hair being messed up. However, she looked fine otherwise. Just who the hell are you? Naruto shouted as he unsealed his tanto, charging once more towards the girl, going for a swing to the head, which the girl blocked calmly with a kunai as Naruto used the force of the blades to go for a roundhouse kick, which the girl blocked as well. Jumping back, Naruto formed two platoons of clones, one platoon dispersing throughout the camp to help his squad, while the other platoon charged the lady, who blocked and killed clones left and right. 3 Narutos jumped up with Raisengans formed in their hands, descending upon the lady, who pushed the 2 outer ones away and kicked the last one in the face, all 3 dispersing. However, she let out a grunt as a Raisengan dug into her back, sending her flying through some tents. Panting slightly, Naruto grinned, however it turned to a look of terror as she stood up from the tents, cracking her neck. "This is getting interesting, Fox-sen, but can you keep it up?" she asked. "With Temari." Temari panted as she blocked another kick from the man with her fan, attempting to knock him away, only for him to duck under the giant fan, going in for a punch, causing Temari to jump back once more. "This is just annoying," she shouted, opening the fan. She swung it multiple times, sending blades of wind towards the man. Futon. Kazakiri no Jutsu. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. She shouted as the man brought his arms up, which gained slices from the wind, cutting into them, let them drop to the side. Once she was done, Temari frowned as the man charged once more towards her. "You really think such a weak jutsu would kill me?" he asked as he launched a barrage of kicks, sending Temari flying into a stack of crates, destroying most of them. The man went to attack her once more, however, he was stopped by a squad of Naruto clones. 2 of the clans punched the man in the stomach, doubling him over. One of the clones kicked him in the chin, sending him flying up into the air, while the last 2 clones kicked him in the face, sending him flying into a 10, collapsing it down on top of him. "The boss sends his regards, Temari-chan," said the leader of the clones as Temari slowly got up, leaning on her fan. "Thank you, Narukuin, I would have been a goner if you guys haven't arrived," she said with a smile. However, her happiness was short-lived as one of the clones was literally torn in half at the waist, dispersing in a puff of smoke. "You annoying brat. I'll kill you for that," he shouted as blood rolled down his face from a gash in his forehead with cuts in his clothes. He smashed through most of the clones, however 2 of them escaped his wrath, jumping next to Temari. The 2 remaining clones formed Raisengans, one appearing on both sides as they shoved the balls of chakra grinding into the man's sides. However, they were both dispersed in a puff of smoke as the man's fist caved through their heads. However, he hollowed in pain from the holes in his side. "I'm going to kill that brat," he shouted, only to be blown away by Temari with a swing of her fan as he skidded along the ground, slowly getting up as black marks started to cover his body. "I can't believe some snot-nosed brats are making me use this," he growled as he moved with speed no man should possess as he punched Temari in the side, sending her sprawling out. The man stood over her, ready to cave in her chest, only to pause with obvious restraint. "Sorry we're late, Temari-chan," came the voice of Kakashi as electricity raced up his arm, a Sharingan flaring in his left eye. "Hurry up, Kakashi-sensei. I can't hold him much longer," shouted Shikamaru. 10 minutes earlier with Kakashi. Kakashi moved stealthily through the camp, sticking from cover to cover, staying within the shadows as he made his way to his tent. Along the way, he heard mention of Orikamaru from some of the bandits. Frowning, Kakashi made a mental note to inform Minato of this development. As soon as they got back to Konoha, finally arriving at his tent, he sweat dropped seeing the guard was taking a nap, quietly slitting the man's throat. He pulled him behind some boxes and moved inside. Seeing some hostages, he motioned for them to keep quiet as he moved outside to send the signal. However, he was greeted with what looked like an ex-Konoha shinobi with about 20 bandits surrounding him. "Ah, Kakashi Hatake, I'm surprised they sent you to deal with me," said the man, white shoulder-length hair with a slight hint of blue to it and green eyes. He wore the standard attire of the Konohanin before his defection, which included flak jacket and forehead protector that he wore like a bandana. The symbol for Konoha, however, was crossed off. "You look familiar. Wait, Mizuki?" You used to be an academy, however you defected a year ago, Kakashi said with a small frown under his mask. My reputation precedes me, I'm happy, he said with a small smirk. Kakashi speed through some hand seals as he brought his hand up to his face, breathing out a large fireball. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, he shouted as he formed Tsukage Bunshin alongside him, the bandits charging past Mizuki. What a loser, he didn't even aim at us, shouted a bandit with a laugh only for it to die in his throat as a kunai made its way into his throat, the man dropping dead as Shikamaru appeared next to Kakashi, his hands shaking lightly. This is troublesome, Kakashi-sensei, he said as Kakashi's clones charged into the bandits, hacking and slashing the men with kunai and throwing shuriken into others when they had the chance. I know, Shikamaru, however, this is not the time to dwell on your first kill, he told Shikamaru, who nodded as the two joined the fray, Shikamaru slamming a kunai through someone's chin, killing him instantly, while Kakashi finished off the remaining bandits, leaving only Mizuki. I see those bandits were only someone such as Sharingan no Kakashi, however I am no bandit, said Mizuki as he pulled a large shuriken off his back, spinning it in his hand as he sent it flying towards Kakashi, how blocked his with a kunai, sending it flying off course as Mizuki appeared in front of the man, their kunai clashing against each other. Shikamaru charged towards Mizuki's side, only swinging at his stomach, which Mizuki barely dodged as he kicked the Nara away, a cut appearing in his shirt as Kakashi went to slice his neck. Mizuki leaned back behind it, dropping onto his hands. He kicked his legs up, hitting Kakashi in the chin, sending him into the air before kicking him in the stomach. Kakashi slid to a halt with a grunt as he held his stomach as a clone punched Mizuki, sending him sprawling to the ground as he growled in anger. Jumping up, he sent a barrage of kunai into the two clones, which dispersed in a cloud of smoke. You're better than I thought you would be after training a team of brats, Kakashi, Mizuki said, spitting out some blood. I'll take that as a compliment, Kakashi said as the two men charged once more, throwing their kunai against each other, clangs echoing throughout their section of the camp. Neither man could gain an advantage till a Naruto appeared, kicking Mizuki in the head as the rest of the squad appeared, giving Kakashi a mock salute. Kakashi-sensei, Squad 2 First Platoon reporting for combat, came the leader of the squad as Kakashi simply rolled his eye. Well, if it isn't the Kyuubi brat, Mizuki said as Shikamaru gained a look of confusion and Kakashi gained a look of fear as he quickly charged the man to silence him. Seems I've struck a nerve, Kakashi, he said with a smirk as he and Kakashi fought once more. However, he was forced to duck as a clone was thrown at him, Kakashi kneeing the man in the face as a crack was heard. You son of a bitch, you broke my nose, he yelled in anger as he took a calm breath only to block a kunai swipe from Shikamaru. Do you brats ever learn? He said, trying to kick Shikamaru again, only for a Naruto to grab the kick as spun in a circle, sending the man flying. However, a kunai was sent into its chest courtesy of Mizuki, slamming into the walls of the camp, forming a crater in it. Mizuki let out a groan as he got out of the wall. I can't believe you've forced me to this point, Mizuki said as black marks formed around his body as Kakashi gained a look of horror. Shikamaru, Naruto's be careful, his power just increased tenfold, Kakashi said as he lifted up his Hitai 8, showing his Sharingan to the world. Wow, I'm honored to see such an eye, Mizuki said, his voice slightly deeper. Nobody has ever lived to see it twice, Kakashi said as Mizuki disappeared, slamming his elbow into Kakashi's chest as Kakashi grabbed it, slicing into Mizuki's bicep, making him howl in pain as Kakashi coughed up some spittle and blood. The two engaged each other in a fierce battle of taijutsu, Mizuki landing a cut of Kakashi's arm as the two jumped away from each other, as Kakashi pulled out a scroll, wiping some of his blood on it as he slammed it on the ground. Kuchios, Doton, Suga no Jutsu, summoning, earth release, tracking Fong technique, he shouted as Mizuki cried in pain when a pack of dogs bit into Mizuki. However, the man moved forward slowly and painful. Naruto, Shikamaru, hold him down, Kakashi ordered as Shikamaru dropped onto a knee, holding his hands in a rat seal, his shadow extending to Mizuki as the remaining clones jumped onto the man, some being dispersed. Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, success, shouted as Mizuki was completely frozen in his place as Kakashi held his arm, a surge of electricity surrounding it. You were a good opponent, Mizuki, Kakashi said as a look of fear came from Mizuki, as he struggled even more trying to escape as Kakashi charged the man, his hand pulling back before stretching forward as Shikamaru released the shadow, his hand diving through Mizuki's chest and heart. Raikiri, lightning cutter. He shouted as blood spurted on Kakashi's hand and out of Mizuki's chest. As he withdrew his hand, the life slowly fading from Mizuki's eyes before he fell dead, the Ninken pack dispersing as their job was done. Come on, let's go help Temari, Kakashi said as Shikamaru nodded, the clones dispersing to deal with the bandits. Back to the present. Kakashi charged forward once more as he drove his hand through the man's chest, killing him instantly with another shout of the jutsu's name. Once the man slid off his arm, Kakashi began to pant as he recovered his Sharingan. Holding his hand out, Temari grabbed it as she was pulled to her feet, offering the two a smile as they turned to watch Naruto's fight. Temari and Shikamaru looked ready to charge in, however Kakashi held them back. Wait, let Naruto handle this, will help if he needs it, Kakashi said as they watched Naruto and the lady trade steel back and forth. Naruto was covered in cuts and sweat as his clothes were trashed. The lady also had quite a few cuts cover her as Naruto jumped away from the lady as he blazed through some hand seals. Suetun, de Tepidama, water release, great gunshot, he shouted as his cheeks puffed up, sending a large torrent of water at the lady, tearing up the grass as she simply placed her kunai in front of her, deflecting the water in two directions away from her. It seems my allies are all dead. Fox and Orochimaru will not be happy, however he'll be pleased with how strong you are. Goodbye, she said, blowing a kiss at Naruto before disappearing as if she was never there. Dropping to the ground, Naruto panted as his team appeared next to him. Good job, Naruto. Tudo, the camp's been cleared out, so let's return to the village, Kakashi said as he picked up Naruto in a piggyback ride, leaving a clone behind who destroyed the camp in a wave of fire, leaving no evidence it was there. Once they made it back to the village, they were greeted by a large crowd, including the hostages, who thanked them profusely. Ninja-san, please, is there anything we can do for you? Asked the village elder as Kakashi set Naruto back on his feet. Yes, we could use somewhere to stay and rest for tonight, Kakashi said as the village elder was more than happy to provide each with their own room. Kakashi passed out as soon as he hit his own bed as the genin washed themselves of the blood. Naruto stepped outside, looking at the full moon that covered the area that night. Sighing as he felt as if the blood was still there, he felt Temari's chakra walk up behind him as she hugged him closely from behind. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? She asked, concerned for her future husband as Naruto nodded. Yeah, nothing the fox can't heal. What about you, are you holding up all right? He asked, avoiding what he had seen. I'll be fine. I'm just a little shook up from my fight and killing a couple of the men, she said softly as Naruto turned around, holding her tightly as he placed his head gently on her own. I know what you mean, he said softly as the two stayed like this for a while before they returned to Naruto's room. Turning in for the night, they held each other closer that night as if they were afraid one of them might disappear. Time to wake up, lovebirds, Kakashi said in the morning from behind their door as the two groaned, waking up and getting dressed, meeting the rest of their team out in front of the town as they were waved goodbye. How are all of you holding up? Kakashi asked as they set off back towards Konoha. We're both fine, I'm just shaken up a little is all, Naruto said as Temari nodded. Shikamaru simply frowned. It was troublesome, but I think we'll get through it, Shikamaru said as he subtly glanced at Naruto, wondering what Mizuki meant by fox brat. However, he elected not to ask about it. The team had made it halfway back before a courier. Team 7. Urgent message from Hokage-sama, shouted the courier, exhausted as the team came to a stop. Handing the scroll to Kakashi, who read it over, the man waited for a response. Inform Minato-sensei we will immediately redirect towards Nami no Kuni, he told the man, who saluted, taking off towards Konoha. What's up, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, confused. Team 8 took a C-rank mission, however Itachi has bumped it up to a A-rank mission after running into the Demon Brothers. We're to meet them at the house of their client as soon as possible, he said as he looked towards Wave. We're about a 2 days journey, so let's get moving, he shouted as the ninja took off once more heading toward Wave. 2 days later, Team 7 stood on the shore of Hai no Kuni panting heavily. They had run for almost 2 days straight to rendezvous with Team 8 before they reached Nami no Kuni, as there were very few ways onto the island. TT team, Naruto panted out to Sasuke, who frowned. You're not looking too good there, Dobe, he said as Ino glomped onto Naruto. Naruto-kun, I'm so happy to see you, she shouted as Naruto didn't have the willpower to push her off. Please, Ino-chan, can't breath, he gasped out as Ino released the man glaring daggers at Temari, who returned the glare. Naruto finally saw their client, who didn't seem happy to see who their reinforcements client was. A gray-haired, bespectacled man with a large beard and dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants, and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. More brats to protect me? He asked as Kakashi paused from speaking to Itachi and Izumi. Trust me, Tazuna, was it? My team and Itachi-kun's team will be more than enough to handle whatever else is thrown our way, Kakashi said as Tazuna huffed but accepted it nonetheless. Once the boat finally arrived, they were ferried across the water, the genin gasping at the size of the bridge. Keep it down, we don't want to be caught, the driver said in a hushed tone as he cut the engine as the teams drifted to shore. Once they reached the shore, the two teams dismounted, as they formed a protective formation around Tazuna with Naruto and Sasuke in the front. Shikamaru was on his left and Ino on his right. Temari and Yakumo brought up the rear. The three senseis formed a triangle around Tazuna with Itachi up at the front. How have you been, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked with a smile, which Naruto returned. I've been good, Itachi-sensei. How are you and Izumi? Naruto asked as Itachi's smile softened. Well, we've set a date. I'm sure Kushina will receive the invite soon, he said as Naruto felt a chakra signature appear next to them. Glancing at Itachi, he nodded, feeling the signature as well. Swiftly he pulled out a kunai, throwing it where he felt the chakra from. However, a little bunny was all that came out from it. Wow, Naruto-san, what an amazing near kill you had there, Yakumo said from the rear. However, Naruto ignored her, looking at the bunny. It was Snow White in the middle of summer. Something just didn't add up in his mind, and then they heard something flying through the mist. Get down, shouted Kakashi as Ino and Temari pulled down Tazuna as everyone ducked under a massive sword flying overhead. Wow, what an entourage you've amassed, Tazuna, Itachi, Uchiha, Izumi, Uchiha, and Kakashi Hatake, so that makes a total of what, 5 Sharingan protecting you, the man said as he appeared on his sword. Sasuke shot Itachi a look, who returned him a look that said, we'll talk about it later. Zabuza Momochi, I'm surprised to see you here, Kakashi said as the mist lowered a little bit, revealing the now named Zabuza. Zabuza was a tall and noticeably muscular man with light grayish skin, short spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was normally seen wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. He wore his forehead protector sideways on his head. He was shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt to which he attached his kubikirabocho, wearing baggy pants with the striped pattern typical of Kirigakure and mimetic wrist warmers extending up to his elbows with matching leg warmers. Gato seems rather keen on killing this man, so of course he would hire the best, Zabuza said as he flashed through some hand seals. The mist thickened till it was impossible to see more than 2 feet. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in the mist technique, he said lightly as he pulled his sword out of the tree. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, juglar, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart, 8 different points that can kill a man instantly. Where shall I strike? Zabuza's voice came through the mist as if it was everywhere. Perhaps the heart? Zabuza said within the formation as every genin turned as Zabuza swung his sword in an attempt to decapitate. However, a kunai courtesy of Itachi stopped him as his Sharingan flared to life. Izumi appeared next to Itachi as she kicked Zabuza in the stomach, sending him flying onto the lake. I'll take care of this Itachi-kun Izumi-chan, Kakashi said with an eye smile as he reached up, uncovering his Sharingan. If you say so, Kakashi Taicho, Itachi said as Izumi nodded. Kakashi charged forward as he and Zabuza clashed kunai against Kubikirabocho as sparks flew off the two blades. You're pretty good, Kakashi, Zabuza said as he kicked Kakashi in the stomach, sending the man flying into the water. Struggling to get up, Kakashi began to wonder why the water felt so heavy. However, he realized too late. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique. Zabuza called out as a sphere of water surrounded Kakashi, trapping him. 3 Zabuza clones forming out of the lake as they stood protectively of the real Zabuza. Kakashi-sensei, shouted Naruto as Kakashi simply smiled, sending a nod his way. Itachi and Naruto both stepped up, Naruto with his sword out and Itachi with a kunai prepared. Follow my lead, Naruto-kun, Itachi said as Naruto pulled out a tri-pronged kunai, the two throwing them at the clones, which they blocked effortlessly as both Itachi and Naruto appeared in front of a clone, their respective weapons clashing against each other. Tri-pronged kunai, blonde hair, blue eyes and red tips on his hair, Uzumaki's sword, Zabuza said to himself before his eyes widened in realization. You have to be shitting me, you're the brat of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Zabuza shouted in realization as Naruto grinned. You're right, Naruto said as he sliced through the clone with an overhead swing. However, he was forced to block another sword of the last clone. However, the clone was dispatched quickly by Itachi, who stabbed him in the side. The two threw more kunai as Zabuza, who was forced to dodge the kunai, releasing Kakashi from the jutsu. Thank you, Naruto Tudo Itachi-kun, I'll take it from here, Kakashi shouted as he and Zabuza started to flash through hand seals. What? Those are Zabuza began. The exact same hand seals I'm making? Kakashi finished. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. They both shouted as 2 dragons of water appeared circling around the shinobi before clashing against each other, canceling both of them out. What the hell? Zabuza called out as they both blazed through hand seals once more. However, Kakashi was quicker. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi shouted as a large torrent of water crashed into Zabuza, sending him into a group of trees as he sprawled out. Can you see the future? Zabuza asked in pain, staring at Kakashi as he walked closer. Yes, and I see your future is death, Kakashi said as he was about to strike, only for 3 senbon driving into Zabuza's neck. Thank you, Konoha-san, however, I can take it from here. As Akiri Hunter-nin appeared quickly, throwing Zabuza over his shoulder, and disappeared. Kakashi, Itachi, and Izumi frowned as Kakashi recovered his Sharingan as he walked over to the rest of the shinobi. Alright, Tanzua-san, let's get to your house, and actually, someone might have carried me, Kakashi said before flopping to the ground, passed out. Kakashi-sensei, shouted all of Team 7 as Itachi rolled his eyes. Looks like Kakashi Taicho used his Sharingan too much, he said as he and Naruto picked up the man and made their way to Tezuna's home, where they were greeted by Tezuna's daughter Tsunami. Tsunami has long blue-colored hair. She wears a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color. She also wears a long blue skirt. Thank you so much, Ninja-san, for protecting my father, she said with a bow, which the ninja who weren't carrying Kakashi returned. Thank you for hosting us during our stay here. However, is there some place we can place Kakashi Taicho? Itachi asked as she nodded, leading Naruto and Kakashi to the spare room. Once Kakashi was situated, Naruto and Itachi returned to the main room once more. Alright, get some rest guys, we're all going to need it, Izumi said as the genin split off to rest. Team 7 was exhausted after non-stop moving for 3 days almost. Chapter 6. The Great Naruto Bridge. Kakashi awoke with a start, glancing around in confusion on the unfamiliar room. He calmed down when he spotted Itachi sitting in the corner, seemingly asleep. Trying to sit up, Kakashi bit down a groan of pain as his stomach felt as if it was on fire. I wouldn't do that, Kakashi Taicho, you took quite a beating from Zabuza, Itachi said without opening his eyes as Kakashi laid back down. You know he's still alive, right, Itachi-kun? Kakashi asked as he moved his head to look at Itachi, who simply nodded. And where are the genin? Kakashi asked as Itachi finally decided to open his eyes. Izumi-chan is currently training them. Tazuna said it could take upwards of a month for the bridge to be completed, so it's for the best we start training them. It should probably take Zabuza the same time to recover as well. Itachi said as Kakashi nodded, finally forcing himself up as Itachi handed him some crutches. Thank you, Itachi-kun, let's go see me cute little genin. Kakashi said with an eye smile as they exited the room and entered the living room. Oh Ninja-san, I'm glad to see you awake. I'm Tsunami. Tsunami said with a small bow which Kakashi tried his best to return. Please call me Kakashi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Kakashi said as he leaned up, right, Tsunami doing the same as she smiled. We'll get out of your hair now, Tsunami-san. Itachi said as they walked out of the woods and into the clearing. Has Minato-sensei been alerted to everything that's happened here? Kakashi asked as Itachi nodded. Yes, I sent a crow to Konoha with information about our mission here, and how it has changed. However, I haven't heard anything back yet. I wonder if Kushina-sama found out. Itachi finished with a snicker which Kakashi shared at his sensei's possible misfortune. Finally arriving where their teams were training, Itachi and Sasuke were greeted by Naruto and Sasuke fighting, while neither of them could gain the upper hand in the bout of taijutsu. It's good to see you up and moving, Kakashi-san. Izumi said with a sweet smile which Kakashi returned as an eye smile. Thank you, Izumi-san, he said as he returned to watching Naruto and Sasuke spar. How long have they been at it? He asked, curious how long the two self-proclaimed rivals could fight. I want to say about half an hour, she said as if she was talking about the weather. Half an hour of pure taijutsu? How can they keep this up? Kakashi asked in confusion as Itachi and Izumi gave each other a look. I think their longest spar was 2 hours. I'm not sure why, but when it's them fighting they can find stamina from nowhere. Izumi said with a sigh while Itachi simply shook his head and Kakashi's eye began to twitch. Guess I have some training to increase, he said with a sweet voice. Tamari looked over at Izumi and smiled excitedly when she saw Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you're up, she shouted, causing Shikamaru to look over at Kakashi and Naruto to do the same, only to be sent sprawling courtesy of a punch by Sasuke. However, Naruto recovered quickly as he launched himself into Kakashi, nearly taking the masked man out. Whoa, Otudo, I know you're happy to see me, but you don't have to take me out. He ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately as he pushed the young boy away. Sorry, Kakashi and you had us worried is all, Naruto said with a large smile, happy to see Kakashi back up and moving. So what's this I hear about you having unlimited stamina to fight Sasuke? Kakashi asked with a predatory smirk under his mask as Naruto's face morphed into sheer horror. Please no, Kakashi, you already trained me so hard I can't take any more, he shouted, dropping to his knees begging for mercy. However, Kakashi was ready to show none as he simply shook his head. Sorry, Naruto, already made my mind, so you can start by running up that tree over there. Let's start off with 100 times. Kakashi said nonchalantly as Naruto shook his head, only for Kakashi to lean in and whisper something to Kakashi. Kakashi gasped and looked at Kakashi in horror, questioning if he would actually do it. Nodding at Naruto was instantly moving up and down the tree. What did you threaten him with? Itachi asked Kakashi, who leaned over whispering in his ear as Itachi gave him a questioning look. Really? Itachi asked, which Kakashi nodded to. You're telling me, Naruto dash. Kakashi quickly covered Itachi's mouth, looked deeply into his eyes. Seeing Itachi nod in understanding, Kakashi stepped, or rather hobbled away. Never would have thought, Itachi said as he watched Naruto rushing up and down the tree as if his life depended on it, which it did. What are you guys waiting for? Get to it, I want 50 laps from the both of you, Kakashi said, looking at Temari and Shikamaru, who sighed as they joined their blonde teammate in running up and down their own tree. Same goes for you guys, Itachi said, looking at his own team, who wasted no time in joining the other genin in running up and down the trees. Seeing that the genin would be busy for a while, Kakashi pulled out his orange book, which infuriated Izumi. "Are you really reading that right in front of me?" she asked as she rolled up her sleeve, attempting to hit Kakashi, who lazily dodged the attack. Now, Izumi-chan, we don't want to hurt Kakashi any more than he already is. Do we?" he asked his fiancée, not wanting his old Umbu captain to get injured. Fine, I would hurt the pervert," she said with a huff as Kakashi thought about something. "Say, who's looking over Tizuna at the bridge right now?" Kakashi asked, curious about who was protecting their client. "I have a Kagebushin protecting him at the moment, however, we should start rotating in our genin," Itachi said as Kakashi nodded, going back to his orange book, giggling lightly as he read. 1 hour later. After an hour of running, the genin were finally done as they laid on the ground huffing and puffing as sweat seemed to cover the ground in a puddle around them. Looking up from his book, Kakashi smiled under his mask. "Good, seems you guys are done. That's good. Go ahead and get some lunch. After that you're free to do some specialization training of whatever you choose. Yes, that includes Fuinjutsu Naruto," he said, not even looking up from his book as he followed his genin into the house, Itachi and Izumi already having left to the bridge to protect the builder. "Oh, finally done training, huh?" Tsunami asked with a smile as she laid out some lunch for the young ninja in her house, who instantly went to work on the available food. "They're done with their physical training, however, they're not quite done with their training for today," Kakashi said with an eye smile as he ate his own meal. Everyone paused, even Tsunami, to watch Kakashi as he brought some noodles up to his mask, however it seemed to go right through. "Damn it! He's using a genjutsu, that's so not fair," Naruto shouted as the other's face planted at Kakashi's actions. "After all this time it's always the same thing, it's so troublesome," the resident Nara said as he tried to understand the logic behind the man's actions, however he could find any. I just don't get it. Even after living with the Uzumaki, I've never met a trait that seems to perplex me so much," Temari shouted in rage as she pulled at her pigtails in rage as the members of Team 8 tried to understand why Team 7 was so angry. Kakashi, on the other hand, didn't seem to notice as he plucked some food from Naruto's plate. "If you're not going to eat it, I will," Kakashi said with an eye smile as the genin looked between themselves before they went back to work, demolishing the meal that Tsunami had made. Once each genin had their fill, they separated to do their own thing. Temari and Sasuke went outside to work on some ninjutsu. Ino and Shikamaru went off to play a game of shogi, while Naruto pulled out a book and a scroll working on some seals, while Yakumo worked on some paintings. "What level seal master are you now, Naruto?" Kakashi asked as Naruto didn't even look up from his seal. "Level 3, which mom says good for someone my age. Most Uzumaki genin would only be reaching level 2 by now unless they were part of the royal line like I am," he said as he copied a seal matrix along the scroll over and over again. "Level 3? That's mostly combat seals, right? Or at least seals that are more aligned with combat?" Kakashi asked while he dabbled with self-made storage seals. He didn't use it for much more. "Yeah, it's explosive seals, different types of paralysis seals, and even some chakra restrained seals," Naruto said as he clicked his tongue as he messed up on a matrix. "Keep on the good work, Otudo. I'm going to check on everyone else," he said as he ruffled Naruto's hair once more, much to Naruto's displeasure as it messed up the seal again. Kakashi hobbled outside to watch as Temari and Sasuke destroyed their own tree, with Temari using her fan and Sasuke using fire jutsu. Temari, it must take a good amount of chakra to use your fan like that, right?" Kakashi asked as Temari stopped what she was doing as she huffed and puffed. Once she regained her composure and thought about it for a moment, she finally spoke. "I suppose it depends on what jutsu I use, but it takes quite a bit of chakra after a while," she said with a frown as she wondered why Kakashi asked such a thing. "I see. I know from your academy scores you're no slouch in taijutsu, and I've seen you use the fan as a weapon. I think we should train on what to do when you're getting low on chakra," he said with an eye smile. 2 weeks later. Team 7 and Team 8 had been rather busy the last 2 weeks, with both teams on a rotation. One day Team 7 would be at the bridge with Team 8 training and by extension protecting Tsunami and her son Inari. Inari has spiky black hair and dark-colored eyes. He wore a green jumpsuit with a yellow shirt and a simple pair of sandals. He also wore a blue and white striped hat. Both teams of genin had come to despise the kid as he would constantly spout off about how they were all going to die to Gato. Each of the teams had seen Nami by now as well, and it all made them sick, even Kakashi and Itachi, to see everyone there in such despair. It was unbelievable. It had, however, strengthened everyone resolved to free the nation of Gato no matter the cost. Each member of the team had also begun to train harder as a result. Currently, Naruto and Sasuke were laying on the ground panting hard after a fierce taijutsu bout between the two. Both hated to admit it, but neither could really gain the upper hand between the two. Naruto had speed behind him while Sasuke had power behind his strikes. While Naruto could pepper Sasuke with hit after hit, he could never put the Uchiha down, while Sasuke could land one good hit on Naruto and it would push him back. "God damn it, Naruto, what number is that?" Sasuke said as he covered his eyes with his arms, trying to catch his breath. 55? With a draw, Naruto said as he slowly pushed himself up, only to fall back into the earth with a soft groan. "It's so comfortable in this grass, I think I'll stay here forever," Naruto said dreamily as Sasuke rolled his eyes. "What if I said dinner was ready?" Kakashi said as he poked his foot into the side of Naruto, who barely budged. "I would only move for ramen right now," he said from the grass as Kakashi rolled his eyes, kicking Naruto a little harder. "I guess I'll have to tell Kushi dashed." Kakashi was cut off as Naruto shot up, running into the house as Sasuke looked at Kakashi confused. However, he slowly pushed himself up, dusting off his clothes. "You always seem to move him with the same threat. I want to learn it," Sasuke said with a dark chuckle, thinking of the blackmail he could use against Naruto. "No can do, it's a secret between brothers," Kakashi said, shaking his head as Sasuke sighed, knowing Kakashi was unlikely to give up the information easily. Walking into the house, Sasuke was greeted by an aroma that could entice anyone into eating. Naruto grinned as he began to dig in. It was amazing that the young boy wasn't fat from the amount he ate constantly. However, everyone chalked it up to Uzumaki genes. Everyone was rather lively as they told jokes and laughed amongst themselves. "So you're telling me?" Naruto paused to gulp down some food. "Tazuna's dream was to be a school teacher?" Naruto asked Tsunami, who smiled and nodded. "Who would let his drunken ass teach?" Naruto asked as everyone, even Tazuna, laughed. "The same people who let someone like you become a ninja," Tazuna shot back, which again elicited a laugh from everyone in the room. Inari simply sat sulking in his own little world, ignoring the banter and happy atmosphere within the room. Sulking and barely picking at his food, if that, he decided to speak up. "You know you guys are all going to get killed, right?" he said barely above a whisper, but everyone heard it. "So why do you try so hard to get stronger? It makes no sense," he said with a frown as he set down his food. Naruto slowly set down his own food as he stared at it for a moment. Temari reached out and wrapped her hand around her own, but the message was clear. "Because none of us have had the easiest life so far." Sasuke, Itachi, and Izumi almost lost their entire clan in one night. Temari was forced to move away from her home, away from her family. Kakashi's father killed himself when he was only 7. Yakumo is the last of her clan's main branch. Sure, they could all sulk around and cry about their problems, but they don't, Naruto said, taking a deep, calming breath, and Inari's frown grew larger. "Yeah, so what your excuse? You've probably had the easiest light amongst everyone here," Inari said, which shattered the Naruto's calming efforts as he shouted up, grabbing Inari by his collar, pulling him close. "Sure, I have my family, but you know what? I nearly lost them the day I was born if it wasn't for the efforts of a kind old man. And since that day, half of the village hated me for something I had no control over. I never really had friends growing up either, because most people avoided me either for my status as the Hokage's son or something else. I've had it easy, but it's never come without hardships," he shouted as he dropped Inari on his ass, who scurried up the stairs crying. Turning on his heel, Naruto walked out to the door. "Where are you going, Otuto?" Kakashi asked as Naruto didn't even look back as he opened the door. "To train," he said simply before slamming the door shut behind him, shaking the whole house. "I'm sorry for his actions. He's never really liked talking about his childhood," Temari said, bowing to Tsunami, who waved her hand. It's fine, really. I'm sorry for the way Inari acted tonight. Tsunami returned the bow. However, I must ask, is everything that Naruto-kun said true? She asked. They both straightened up. Sadly, yes, my Otuto never had the easiest life, and I shudder to think what would have happened if Kushina-sama and Minato-sensei had died that day. Kakashi cut in as he nodded to Temari. Both had witnessed the cruel acts towards young Naruto, which only made them love the young man more. But he's always so cheery, you'd never guess he had a rough childhood from the way he acted, Tazuna said with a frown as he looked towards the door which Naruto had left through. Naruto's really resilient. I've never really seen him sad or cry, really. I think he's steeled himself to what he's gone through better than anyone could ever do. Temari said with a frown as the family returned to eating the dinner. However, this time they were subdued. No one really talked. Next morning. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, Temari said as she gently shook the young boy, trying to wake him up. However, she let out a small eep as Naruto suddenly reached up and pulled her close to him. Good morning, Temchan, he said into her ear, which made the young teen shiver slightly. Someone's a little clingy this morning, Temari joked as the two leaned in for a short kiss. Pulling back, the two sat there happy to just be in each other's arms. Yeah, Inari really got into my head last night. I don't even know why, he said with a frown as he finally opened his eyes, only for Temari to once again move in for a kiss as the two began to make out, this time as Temari pushed the young teenage boy to the ground. Forget about it? Or do you need me to make you forget about it? Temari asked as she leaned in and whispered into her ear. Oh, please make me forget about it, Naruto said with a small grin as the two began to kiss once more. Lime warning. The two let their hands wander as Naruto's made his way to her ass, which he gave a light squeeze, while Temari's went underneath Naruto's shirt as she rubbed her hands upon his abs. Moving his hands up, Naruto moved to remove Temari's shirt, which she happily helped him in doing so. Casting a couple of hand seals, a privacy barrier was placed around them. Naruto's hands moved to underneath Temari's bra as he played with and squeezed Temari's breasts, eliciting a small gasp and moan from the girl. Temari quickly moved to remove Naruto's own shirt, which he helped her do as well. Slowly kissing her way down from Naruto's chin, Temari quickly reached Naruto's pants, which she lowered them, allowing Naruto's dick to spring out as she slowly started to stroke it as she licked and sucked on the moan as he softly put a hand on the back of Temari's head. Getting the idea, Temari focused on just using her mouth as she fully took Naruto's dick in her mouth. Naruto moaned as Temari began to bob her head up and down, bringing Naruto closer and closer to the edge. Oh shit, Temari, I'm coming, I'm coming, Naruto moaned out as he came in Temari's mouth as she greedily licked it up with a moan. Yo, always tastes so good, she said as Naruto panted, trying come down from high orgasm high. Thanks, he said with a grin before his head rolled over, looking at a spot in the forest. However, he quickly moved past it. Sitting up and pushing down Temari, he snaked his hands into her pants, slowly rubbing and teasing her lower lips. Leaning in close and kissing her ear, he whispered into it. We have someone watching us. It's the same Hunter Neen from before, he said as one hand came up to play with her breasts. Oh, you don't say? Temari said before moaning at Naruto's actions. Emcham, so why don't we finish and let them make their presence known? Naruto asked as Temari nodded, faking an orgasm as the two sat back from each other panting. Lime end. Getting dressed once more, Naruto dropped the privacy seal, and it was at this time the fake Hunter Neen made her presence known. Walking out of the bush carrying a basket, she stopped and smiled. Oh, Ninja-san, I wasn't expecting to see someone like you here, she said as Temari and Naruto got a good look at her. She long black hair, pale skin and large, dark brown eyes, and a slender frame. She had a pink, sleeveless kimono, with pale red edges and decorated with small plum-colored swirls that went to her ankles. Around her waist was a simple white obi tied in a bow, and he wore a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. She also wore a dark-colored choker around her neck. Damn, she's cute, they both thought as they turned, wondering their partner had the same idea. What are you doing out here, Mrs.? Naruto asked, curious as to what their potential opponent was named. Is it not polite to introduce oneself first? She asked with a smile while Temari rolled her eyes. I'm Temari and this is Haku, she said, which the girl returned. My name is Haku, the now named Haku said as she raised from her bow. What are you doing out here, Haku-san? It's quite dangerous, I'm sure, with Gato's goons running around, Naruto said with a frown. Well, you see, a precious person of mine was injured recently, so I'm out picking herbs to help them get better, Haku said with a smile. Maybe we could help you, Haku-san, Temari said with a fake smile which Haku returned. Of course I'm picking herbs over in this clearing over here, Haku said, leading the couple over to a small clearing which was filled with plants similar to the ones in Haku's basket already. As the three teens sat in the clearing, they picked in a rather comfortable silence. Do you have any precious people, Naruto-kun? Haku asked as Naruto nodded with a smile, while Temari glared at Haku for adding the kun suffix to Naruto's name. Well, yeah, there's Two-san and Ka-san, Ero-sanin and Tsunade Bacon. There's also Aiko-chan and Kaido Otuto. Of course Temari-chan is on my list. Why do you ask, Haku-chan? Naruto asked, curious. I believe someone is truly strong when they have precious people to protect. I'm happy you have so many precious people in your life, she said with a smile as everyone returned to picking herbs in silence. Once Haku was sure she had enough herbs, she slowly dusted herself and began to stand. Thank you for your help, Temari-san, Naruto-kun, she said with a thankful smile as the couple stood up, dusting themselves off as well. You're welcome, Haku-chan/san, Temari and Naruto said as they began to go their different ways. However, Haku paused. Just so you know, I'm the guy, she said as Naruto and Temari paused and looked at each other in fear before Haku began to chuckle. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, I am a girl, she said with a soft smile as she waved. Tell Zabuza-san we say hi, Naruto said with a smile as Haku's face turned to horror before it steeled itself. So you knew her? I'm sorry, Temari-san, Naruto-kun, if we come to blows I will do what I must for Zabuza-sama, she said as she turned and left the couple, leaving as well. Naruto and Temari walked in a comfortable silence as the two leaned into each other, enjoying the sounds of the forest. Once they reached the house, they separate, if only a little, as they spotted Kakashi sitting on the porch. Oh, the lovebirds are back finally? How was your stroll in the woods? He asked with an eye smile as Naruto rolled his eyes at Kakashi. You should know better than to ask such things, Nissan. However, the training was good. I blew off a lot of steam, he said as Kakashi nodded. I spoke with Inari last night. I think what you said put some perspective in his life, Kakashi said as Naruto smiled. That's good, I hope he gets better, Naruto told Kakashi, who simply nodded, opening up a little orange book. For now, get some rest, you two, you've been out all night, so don't work about training, he told the two, who smiled gratefully, running inside and up to their rooms for some well-deserved rest. 2 weeks later. The second half of the mission had gone smoother than before. Inari had become cheerful, if only a little bit, day by day. Both teams also grew stronger. While they were no elite jounin or shinobi, they were better than a fresh genin. Temari and Naruto had both met with Haku a few more times. However, they never talked about their respective teams. However, the three teens knew that the day of battle drew nearer and nearer. As much as they didn't want to fight, they knew that realistically they had no choice. As such, they tried to enjoy their time together as much as they could, each growing close to each other. We all know the plan, right? Kakashi asked as each team sat around the table the day they knew Zabuza would attack them on. Me and Ino shall stay behind and protect the house with Izumi-sensei, Yakumo said as Kakashi nodded, looking over at the other genin. Me and Sasuke will fight Zabuza's apprentice, Naruto said as Temari spoke up next. Me and Shikamaru will protect Tazuna on the bridge, while you and Itachi-sensei fight Zabuza, Temari finished, which caused Kakashi to give an eye smile to all of the genin assembled. Good, Tazuna-san, are you ready? Kakashi asked as the older man nodded wearily, knowing the danger that would be on that bridge. As ready as I'll ever be, he said with a tired sigh as Kakashi nodded. All right team, let's move out, Kakashi said as the different teams moved with their different partner or priority. Ino stopped as she turned to move to check over the house one more time. Naruto-kun? She called out as Naruto paused and looked at Tamari, who looked into her eyes. The two of them had a mental conversation, however, she finally relented and nodded. Yes, Ino-chan? He asked as she smiled and ran up to the young boy. Please be careful out there, Naruto-kun, don't die. She mumbled softly into his chest as he slowly wrapped his arms around her after recovering from the shock of the young girl suddenly hugging him. Of course, Ino-chan, I have precious people to protect, he said as he pulled back from the hug, giving her a thumbs up before heading off towards the bridge as Ino watched his back. Ugh, Ino, if you could please stop obsessing over your crush, we have a job to do, Yakumo's voice said from within Ino's ear, snapping the girl out of her trance as she at least had the decency to blush. Sorry, you're right, Yakumo, she said as the two got to work. Meanwhile, with the bridge crew, it became harder and harder to see as the mist grew heavier and heavier before pretty soon they were relying on proximity and memory to tell where they were going. Naruto frowned as even his sensory abilities were hardly working due to the amount of chakra within the mist. They were given some reprieve as they got closer. The mist began to unroll a little bit until the team reached the center of the bridge. So finally decided to show up, Tazuna? Zabuza's voice rang out from within the mist as it slowly rolled back to reveal Zabuza and Haku, who had her mask on. The two stood a mere 50 feet from their enemy. Zabuza was wearing a black tank top this time, and he leaned upon his sword ready to strike. Zabuza-san, it's good to see you again, Kakashi said with an eye smile as Zabuza let out a small huff of annoyance. Are all Konoha shinobi like you, Kakashi-san? He asked with Kakashi nodded. I wish that wasn't such a scary thought, he said as they thought of a village filled with masked shinobi like Kakashi. Shall we get down to business? Kakashi said as Zabuza rolled his eyes, giving a gesture of his hand to Haku, who shot off towards the Konoha shinobi only for Sasuke to appear before her, sending her flying towards the edge of the nearly finished bridge. Naruto landed next to Sasuke as the two nodded, heading off towards her. Oh, you think your genin can handle my apprentice? I'm sorry, but you'll be disappointed by the outcome of their battle, Zabuza taunted as he hefted his sword upon his shoulder, giving a come-hither motion to Kakashi, who blasted off towards the masked man. Kakashi's kunai clashed with Zabuza's blade as sparks flew off the clashing blades. Kakashi's free hand reached up, uncovering his Sharingan. Be proud of yourself, Zabuza, no one has ever lived to see me use my Sharingan twice, Kakashi said as a grin formed on the man's face as he suddenly pulled his large blade back, pulling Kakashi off balance as Zabuza went to cut off Kakashi's head. Kakashi quickly brought up his kunai once more as he grunted, a sharp pain ringing through his arm as he was slowly pushed back by Zabuza's blade. Grunting, Kakashi pushed the blade back as he went for a stab at Zabuza's neck, only for the man to bring his blade up to protect himself. Kakashi jumped back as he ran through some hand seals quickly, his cheeks puffing up before spitting out a large ball of fire. Zabuza sheathed his blade, running through hand seals as well, his own cheeks puffing out as a large glob of water was shot out. Suetun, Tepidama, water release, gunshot, /katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. They both shouted at the two jutsu clashed into each other, sending a blast of steam at both men, who rushed through the large cloud of steam as their two respective weapons clashed together once more. Both men tried to get an upper hand, swinging at each other relentlessly. I must say I'm rather impressed, Kakashi, Zabuza said as the two stood in a standstill once more as the two exploded in a clash of fury, once again sparks illuminating the entire area as the clangs echoed in the mist. You're no slouch yourself, Kakashi said with another grunt as he felt another round of vibrations shooting up his arm as he hissed out in pain slightly. Pushing back the blade, Kakashi slid his kunai up Zabuza's sword as he sliced at his chest as Zabuza shot backwards, receiving a minor cut. Ouch, that hurt, Zabuza mocked as he brought his sword up, swinging at Kakashi's neck once again, only for the man to drop onto his back as he kicked the giant sword up as Zabuza grunted, losing his balance as he flipped back, shooting backwards even farther only to block another kunai swipe from Kakashi. You're just getting annoying now, Kakashi. Zabuza shouted in rage as he swung his sword once more as his tip scratched Kakashi's chest, forming a large slash across his flak jacket. Kakashi shot back, checking the wound. Once he was satisfied, he prepared to shoot forward, only to glance over where Naruto and Sasuke were fighting to see a large doom of mirrors. Looks like your genin are finished for, Zabuza said with a dark chuckle as he charged forward once more, forcing Kakashi to turn his attention back to Zabuza as Itachi appeared, blocking the blade with a kunai of his own. Sorry to interrupt, Kakashi Taicho, but I couldn't let him attack you while you were distracted, Itachi said as Kakashi appeared next to the Uchiha, kicking Zabuza in the stomach, sending the man flying back. Thank you, Itachi-kun, but I'll take it from here, he said with an eye smile as Itachi nodded. However, everyone on the bridge stopped, feeling a dark chakra coming from the mirrors. Oh shit, Naruto, Kakashi said as he turned back to Zabuza as he slammed a scroll on the ground. Sorry, Zabuza, looks like I have to finish this early, Kakashi said, concern filling his voice. 5 minutes earlier with Naruto and Sasuke. Haku finally came to a halt, a small crack on her mask as she watched Naruto and Sasuke appeared before her. Both boys had a kunai drawn. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I have to kill you too, she said with sadness heavy in her voice. Sasuke charged first, going for a kunai swipe, only for it to be blocked by a seven as Haku flashed through some one-handed seals. Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 flying water needles of death, she shouted as the water around them suddenly turned into what looked like sunbon as it floated in the air before being sent forwards towards Sasuke, who was dog-piled by a wall of Naruto clones who took the brunt of the attack, protecting Naruto, while Haku jumped back and away from her attack. Thanks, Dobe, Sasuke said without sparing a glance at the blonde who appeared next to him. You're welcome, team. Too bad we don't know any Doton Jutsu. Those could come in handy right about now, Naruto said with a frown as while they paired up nearly perfectly with each other, neither of them had a Doton affinity and had bothered to learn any jutsu. Yeah, but what we know will be more than enough, Sasuke said as Naruto nodded. Haku simply stared at the two, saying nothing. Nodding to each other, they both went through 2 different sets of hand seals as both their cheeks puffed out. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, / Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Naruto and Sasuke shouted as they breathed out a torrent of flames and wind. The 2 attacks combined, creating a large sea of fire, obscuring them from Haku. Waiting with hitched breaths, the 2 frowned, seeing a mirror of ice appear before them before an entire dome of ice surrounded the 2. Makio Hyosho, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals, came Haku's voice as she stepped into the mirrors, her body appearing around the duo. I'm sorry, but this is the end for you, she said softly as she threw Seven at the young genin, piercing the 2 multiple as they could do nothing but take barrage after barrage. Damn it, shouted Naruto as a clone appeared next to him, trying to form a Rasengan, only for the clone to popped by Seven as Haku changed mirrors once again. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Sasuke shouted as he breathed a large stream of fire at the mirrors, only for nothing to happen. Sasuke was rewarded with more Seven for his efforts as Naruto fell to a knee from the amount of Seven protruding from his body. We're getting nowhere here, Sasuke, shouted Naruto as he breathed hard. Both teenagers were barely able to move as Haku frowned under her mask, a single tear falling from one of her eyes. I'm sorry, Ninja-san, I wish it could have been different, she said lightly as she jumped from her mirror straight towards Naruto as Sasuke looked on in horror before he felt himself pushing his legs as hard as he could towards Naruto as he stood in front of his friend, protecting him from the rain of Seven as Naruto looked on in horror. Sasuke, he shouted as the aforementioned boy fell into his arms as Naruto clutched him close. You idiot, why? Naruto shouted in rage as Sasuke coughed up some blood as he smirked up at the boy. To prove one last time you're a dobe. Please, Naruto, live to be a great ninja, he said as he closed his eyes as Naruto sat staring at Sasuke as tears leaked from his eyes. Naruto-kun, you can't let your rage boil over. Naruto, shouted Hiruzen from within Naruto. However, the young teen blocked him out as Haku looked upon him in sadness. Is this your first time watching a comrade die, Naruto-kun? I'm sorry, she said softly as something snapped within Naruto at that moment. Yes, boy, use my power, prove your strength, came the booming voice of the Kyuubi as Naruto softly set down Sasuke down. His eyes became red, his whisker marks more pronounced and dark, and his nails grew sharper. I'm going to kill you, he shouted as tears of sadness and rage fell down his cheeks, shocking Haku as the demonic chakra washed over her as she tried to retreat into her mirrors, only for Naruto to appear before her, decking her through the very mirror as she was sent straight through it, rolling along the bridge. Naruto was once again on her as his mask began to crack and fall to pieces. Naruto drew his arm back, ready to kill her, only to pause as he saw the tears falling from his eyes. Please, Naruto-kun, kill me, I am a worthless tool, she begged as Naruto slowly returned to normal. What are you doing, boy? Shouted the Kyuubi in rage. Be quiet, you furball. Hiruzen cut in as the Kyuubi growled in rage. Normally Naruto would have laughed at the aged Hokage having called the fox such a thing, but this was not the time for it as he cut himself off from the coming argument. I can't dash dot. He paused as he felt hundreds of chakra signatures approaching as he frowned before his eyes widened in realization. Grabbing Haku with a shout of "No time to explain," he appeared next to Kakashi in a shushin as he prepared to summon his ninkin. Wait, we have bigger problems, Naruto shouted, startling Kakashi and Zabuza as he released Haku. Wado Tudo, are you okay? What do you mean? Kakashi said in rapid succession, looking over his little brother figure for any issues, seeing nothing and seeing that Zabuza was waiting for an explanation. Motioning for Naruto to continue, he nodded, turning to Zabuza. I think you've been betrayed by Gato. I feel hundreds of chakra signatures nearby ready to strike. I didn't feel them till just now as the mist has weakened slightly, Naruto explained as Zabuza growled slightly at the thought of being betrayed. Looks like this is on hold for now, Kakashi. I have an ex-employer to kill, he grounded out as clapping could be heard down the bridge. Oh Zabuza, how the demon has fallen it seems, and that bitch is still alive. Good, I can't wait to use her, came a voice in the mist which began to clear. What could only be assumed to be Gato stood in front of an army of mercenaries. Gato has shaggy brown hair and sports a pair of small, circular black glasses. He wears a black suit with a purple tie and closed-toed shoes. I'm going to kill you, he shouted as he hefted his blade upon his shoulder, once more turning to the Konoha shinobi. Feel free to join, but Gato is mine, Zabuza said as the shinobi on the bridge nodded as Itachi appeared next to Kakashi. Tazuna have moved over to Sasuke with Temari and Shikamaru. They should be safe, he informed Kakashi, who nodded. Kagebushin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, Naruto shouted as a platoon of clones appeared behind him. So many shadow clones, I'm impressed, kid, Zabuza said, seeing the platoon as most of the mercenaries laughed. What are some clones of a snot-nosed brat going to do with my men? Gato asked with a dark chuckle as Kakashi made a familiar hand sign, forming a squad of his own clones which dispersed into the platoon. If we're all set, I think we have a tycoon to kill, Zabuza said as he charged forward as Gato ran into the crowd of his men, terrified watching Zabuza charge straight for him. Kill them all, Gato yelled out as the first line was cut into by a swing of Zabuza's sword as Itachi appeared in the crowd, slicing into as many men as possible before disappearing to a different pocket. The Naruto squads dispersed, led by a Kakashi, as they cut a path straight to Gato, who ran as far away as he could as Zabuza calmly walked towards the man. You tried to fuck me over, Gato, I won't stand for that, he shouted, raising his blade as a mercenary was killed courtesy of Haku before they could stab him in the back. With a swing of his sword, Gato's head left his body, which was kicked into the sea as the rest of the mercenaries were either killed or sent packing once Inari and the town appeared. Naruto-ni, you're okay, Inari said, rushing into Naruto's legs once the battle was over as the young teen was all hugged by Ino, who stuck out her tongue at Temari. Yeah, I am, like I promised, he said with a smile as he returned the two hugs. Stepping away, he walked over to Zabuza and Kakashi, who were talking. I want to offer you a spot in Konoha with Haku, Zabuza-san, he said with a small bow, surprising both of the older men. We were just your enemy, kid, Zabuza said in surprise as Kakashi simply shook his head and gave an eye smile. Naruto has a way of seeing the best in people, he explained, rubbing Naruto's head affectionately. Kakashi and you know I don't like that, Naruto shouted with a pout as he shook his head. Now Naruto, go check on Sasuke, I'll talk with Zabuza about returning to Konoha, Kakashi told Naruto, patting his shoulder as the boy nodded, remembering the Uchiha as he rushed over to where Temari was checking over Sasuke. Ouch, do you have to remove them so roughly? Sasuke's voice rang out as Naruto smiled, seeing Temari and Haku removing the Seven, so he could at least move. Yes, that's for having the bonehead decision to nearly cause Naruto to go rampant, Temari shouted with a glare as she continued to remove Seven. I'm sorry Sasuke-san, it hurts more to remove them slowly, Haku said with a bow as Shikamaru watched them, motioning that they needed to talk. Naruto and Shikamaru walked over to a secluded part of the bridge. Naruto, as your teammate, I need to know. Are you the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? He asked as Naruto frowned and nodded. How did you figure it out? Naruto asked as Shikamaru shrugged. It's troublesome to explain, but I've seen how some people treat you. Also, the Kyuubi attack was on your birthday. Finally, the chakra you used today felt demonic. It all kinda clicked over time, Shikamaru said lazily as he looked at his teammate. Do you hate me over it, Shikamaru? Naruto asked. His voice for once was timid and meek. Nah, it's too troublesome, he said with a small smile, which Naruto returned. Rally up, everyone, shouted Kakashi as they looked over to see the Jounin were finished talking. Temari and Haku helped Sasuke limp over. Once everyone was there, he nodded. Alright, the bridge will be finished in 3 days, after which we'll set out to Konoha. Zabuza and Haku will be joining us, he said with an eye smile as Naruto whooped in joy. That's awesome, he shouted as Sasuke rolled his eyes. I'm just happy I can get a rematch with Haku, he said with a smirk as Haku rolled her eyes. 3 days later. Leaving Nami was a rather exciting affair. The entire nation came to watch Team 7 and Team 8 with friends leave, wishing them well and safe travels. Please come back soon, Shinobi-san, shouted some of the villagers as all of them cheered in excitement at being free once more. Naruto and Inari stood off to the side, sharing a moment. Please come back soon, Naruto-ni, he shouted, holding back tears as Naruto rubbed the top of Inari's head. I will, I promise, Inari, and don't hold back tears, it's fine to cry, Naruto said with a smile as the two hugged once more as they headed back to the main group where Tsunami and Tazuna stood. Thank you again for protecting my father, she said with a bow, which all of the shinobi returned. Please, there's no need. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality over this month, Kakashi said. Tazuna grinned. Nami will always have a spot for each and every one of you. Please arrive home safe, Tazuna said with a laugh as everyone waved, heading down the bridge. What shall we name this bridge? One the villagers asked, which caused Inari to grin. Why not the Great Naruto Bridge? Shouted Inari as all of the villagers cheered. Hear that, they think I'm awesome, Naruto proclaimed as they finally reached the land of fire once more. As he grinned, Temari rolled her eyes as she walked next to him as Zabuza chuckled. Kakashi leaned in close to Naruto's, whispering something into his ear, which caused the poor boy to go pale once more. How can I learn this secret from you? Temari asked as Kakashi only shook his head. I'm sorry, Temari, however, this is not something I can teach. You can only find out for yourself, he said before slipping her a piece of paper. However, I can give you a hint, he said with an eye smile as Temari read it over, nodding. Alright, let's fully set off now, Kakashi called out as they took to the trees, traveling at full speed. 2 days later. Izumo and Kotetsu sat where they always sat, in the gatehouse of Konoha, as they waited for people to come and go from Konoha. As they sat in bored silence. How is this so important again? Kotetsu asked. Because we're the first line of defense, dumbass, Izumo said, rolling his eyes as he looked down the road. Oh look, there's someone now, he called out as the group grew larger and larger till Team 7 and 8 were both visible. Hey Kakashi and Itachi, you guys are both returning at the same time, huh? How were your missions? I didn't expect yours to be so long, Kakashi. Kotetsu called out with a smile only to watch in disbelief as he spotted them walk by with Zabuza. Sorry guys, got a report to Minato-sensei, I'll tell you later. He called out as the two Chunin slumped down, disappointed they were ignored. Told you gate duty sucked, Kotetsu said in sadness. Yeah, whatever, Izumo replied. It didn't take long for the two teams to reach Minato and give him the debrief on the events that had happened while the two teams were out on mission. To say the fourth Hokage was shocked was an understatement. So let me get this straight, you found bandits that have direct ties with Orochimaru and had 3 ninja connected to Orochimaru with them? You saved an entire nation from one of the richest businessmen in the world with the shinobi he hired and have brought them back to Konoha. Minato asked, looking at the two teams who stood in front of him with Haku and Zabuza to their right. On top of that he said, looking Naruto. Want them to join the village. You're too much like your mother for my own good, Minato said, laying his head down on his desk in pain. Fine Team 7, congrats on your success on both a B rank mission and an A rank mission. Teammates, congrats on your rank mission, Zabuza. I'm sure you're more than worthy of Jonin rank, but we have to find where your loyalties lie. Go to the T&I department for an interview. Where would you say Haku is? He asked. Zabuza thought for a moment before he shrugged. I'd say probably Chunin, he said with a shrug as Minato let out a long sigh. Haku-san, you'll go for an interview as well, and afterwards we'll test your skills, but for not welcome to Konoha, you can stay in the Namikaze compound since Naruto here will take full responsibility for you too. Dismissed, Minato called out as the teams went their separate ways home to rest. I need a drink, Minato said as he pulled some sake out of his desk as he took a quick drink before returning to fighting his ultimate enemy. Paperwork.